I do see Supervisor Gaucher online. President Canepa, the time is now 9:05, and you may start the meeting.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It's 9:05 on June 25th, 2025, and we're calling the meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Today is the last day of 3 days of budget hearings, which we'll be having. Let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services via Zoom in laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select Interpretation, then select the Spanish language, and finally click Done. I will now ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, supervisors, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Manquilla, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez, all county staff and members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Les queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes, los miembros del público, que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español, y para poder acceder lo que son los servicios de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y seleccione el idioma en español. Ahora, si usted está utilizando lo que es un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación y luego seleccione lo que es el idioma en español, y por último usted tendrá que hacer clic en Done o Listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for those instructions. We'll now go to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Supervisor Corzo?
Here.
Supervisor Mueller is absent and arriving shortly. Supervisor Gaucher?
It's John. I'm here, but John, are you in the room and can explain while I'm home today?
Yes, Supervisor Gaucher. Mr. President, with your okay, I want to go ahead and say a few things about Assembly Bill 2449 and Supervisor Gaucher's remote participation today. And it's that I've been advised that Supervisor Gaucher has informed the county that she wants to participate remotely in today's meeting pursuant to the provisions of Assembly Bill 2449. Specifically, Supervisor Gaucher has indicated there's, in this particular instance, emergency circumstances for her to participate remotely as she has a cold, which renders her medically unable to come to County Center, and concerned about the contagiousness of her cold. Supervisor Gaucher, could I ask you to confirm that I've accurately described the circumstances underlying the request that you're making today?
You haven't. I just apologize. What time to get sick during a budget hearing when I should be in person? So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Under AB 2449, a board member participating remotely must use both audio and visual technology when participating. And in addition, the member must give notice if anyone over the age of 18 is in the room with the member. Supervisor Gaucher, is there anybody over the age of 18 who's in the room with you today?
No one else is in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. President, owing to the fact that we're using emergency circumstances, I'd ask that there be a motion in a second and then a vote to approve the use of emergency circumstances.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we'll now take public comment on any consent agenda items, as well as any unagendized items that are county-related. I haven't received any comments in chambers, so we will turn to comments on Zoom at this time. Oh, yes, apologies. I actually do have one speaker card from chambers, and this is for Ephraim Bilal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing? My name is Ephraim. I've been sitting in a couple days now, observing the meetings. I'm learning a lot. It's a great learning ground get just the see how this county's working. I'm a resident of San Carlos. Live here and just getting around, doing my best, and I'm here. What my intent, I guess, to speak today is, we just got to take it easy. We have to be respectful. We got to we got to be safe. This is a refuge. It's a sanctuary, right? When you're here, nobody messes with you, right? And so we have to always keep in mind that, there's trouble. There's trouble out there. There's trouble all around us, all around me. I happen to be in kind of a situation that deserves some sort of attention, and I'm doing my best to get it here. And I think you're helping me so far. So if we can keep this going, we're going to get places.
Thank you, Ephraim.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in the chambers?
No other speaker cards, so I'll go ahead and turn to Mr. Clerk for any comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, as mentioned earlier, this is a general public comment period. There is no consent agenda or closed session until this regular agenda. So if you wish to comment on any matters that are county related, please raise your hand in Zoom now. For regular agenda items, which are items 1 through 10, please hold off your comments until those items are discussed by the board. I do see 3 hands raised. I'll start with Ann, and then followed by Martin Fox. Ann, please proceed.
Thank you. I have been listening to the budget talks and am concerned. I want to remind the board that poor people need to be prioritized. Poor people of all races. Poor is poor. And it doesn't matter what age, gender, race you are, it affects the people similarly. You should represent all of these people. Our elderly, in particular, are the most vulnerable, not just farm workers, but there seems to be a singular focus. What happened to the Loneliness Council? Our elderly need housing that can address loneliness and proper nutrition that many lack, not just keep them isolated in their homes. The coast in particular needs senior community options and assisted living for all elderly, not just one group of that elderly, which are being addressed, and that's the farm workers. Please be mindful of this as discussions continue today and in the future. We need to represent everyone in the community, not just small factions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Martin Fox, you'll be next, and I'll make the last count now for folks to raise their hand. Okay, our last speaker will be Carlisle Ann Young. Mr. Fox, please proceed.
Good morning, President Canepa, my fellow veteran county attorney, Mr. Niblin, Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Corzo, Supervisor Gauthier, and County Executive Mr. Howell. Thank you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by focusing the currently available mental health resources provided by the Health Department, Sheriff's Department, District Attorney, Emergency Services, and County Manager into a single agency responsible for the treatment of serious mental illness that includes substance abuse treatment. The state of California's prison system is overcrowded, and a federal receiver was recently appointed who can reasonably be expected to transfer many state prison inmates to the counties. And only those cities like Santa Monica and Berkeley, who have separate Department of Mental Health facilities, can address their diverse treatment needs. Your board is uniquely qualified to set the example for other counties to follow in responding to the state's failures and its consequences for San Mateo County and its city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Our last speaker is going to be Carlisle Ann Young. Carlisle, please proceed.
Through the chair, you can barely hear. I could barely hear Mr. Fox, so if the others can just speak up.
Okay, thank you so much, Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. My name is Carlisle Ann Young, and I live in Moss Beach. I hope you can hear me because, like the last supervisor just said, the reason I'm calling in this morning is because the first podium speaker, I could not hear at all, and the last Zoom speaker, I could not hear at all. And I know I'm due to go check my ears at Kaiser, but in the meantime, I'm trying to loudly. I have my computer volume turned up as high as I can. Yesterday, I was calling in by my cell phone and I had that turned up as loud as I could. But I believe the podium microphone is extremely low pickup volume, and maybe you need to have it checked because maybe you need to get a different podium volume microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. That's the end of public
No,
comment,
I
Mr.
was
President.
Carlisle, but anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Carlisle.
Through the county staff, can we ensure, I think over the last couple of days, we've heard from several people about, I don't know if it's the acoustics or if it's the sound, but if there's a way in which we can address it, Mr. Callaghan?
Absolutely. We've been working on that, and we will endeavor to fix it.
Great, thank you very much. We'll now move to the regular item agenda, which today is a series of budget presentations by county departments, followed by actions to approve the recommended budget for next year, receiving a recommended budget for the 2026-2027 year, and approving related appropriation transfer requests. We'll start with item 1, which is the departmental presentation of the coroner's office. Mr. Folkrold.
Thank you, President Canepa. Good
Mr.
morning.
President,
Yes?
I'm sorry to chime in, but we need to action to set the agenda.
Sure. Can I get a motion to set the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Go ahead, Mr. Folkrold.
Thank you. Good morning, President Canepa, members of the board, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Libelin, Ms. Rodriguez. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Coroner's Office 25-27 recommended budget. Can you move that, Sherry? Thank you. The mission of the Coroner's Office is to serve the residents of San Mateo County by providing prompt, independent investigations to determine the cause and manner of death of deceased under the coroner's jurisdiction, and to provide high-quality service in a courteous manner, balancing the needs of the residents with the coroner's legal responsibility. Change to the next slide. The budget overview for 25-27. We do have an increase in our total source by 10.7%. That is due to a DOJ grant balance fund savings. And we have a request for one additional deputy coroner to this recommended budget. Since 2021, we have had 767 calls for service. In 2022, that number rose to 820. 2023, it dropped a little bit to 770. In 2024, we had 900 calls for service. Those calls for service are actual responses that we make to the field. They can include death investigation, elder death investigations, notification of family members of a death from an outside jurisdiction. Our cases continue to increase, and the time requirements that it takes to complete those investigations can be anywhere from 4 to 5 hours. We have oftentimes multiple calls a day, ranging 4 to 5, sometimes even 6 calls a day, with staffing, sometimes with one investigator working per shift. So we are asking that consideration be made to increase that by one deputy coroner. There was a recent study by the Department of Justice that came out in 2023 that covered death investigators and the stress that they have, and one of the areas of concern was lack of appropriate staffing. If we looked at our outside agencies, Santa Clara runs 12 investigators.
They have more people.
Alameda runs 16 investigators. San Francisco runs 14. Even though those populations are probably higher than ours, we still have a considerable amount of cases that are comparable to their areas that they respond out to as well. Next slide, please.
Significant changes for this coming budget was we replaced our outdated radios and got new radios, and that also has an increase in our budget for maintenance and service of those radios that is set by the radio shop. The additional deputy coroner position, and then we continue to see an increase in services and supplies in our negotiated contracts. Our priorities are to finish our re-accreditation of the National Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. Next slide. We were 5 years ago, we were the first coroner's office in the state of California to receive that accreditation. We remain one of two statewide that have this level of accreditation, and now we're in the process of getting reaccredited. Training is crucial to this field. It's constantly changing, death investigations and the technology that's out there, so our priority is to make sure that our staff is properly trained in death investigation. And moving to our new link building, this will be the first time in the history of the coroner's office that pathology and investigations are all within one building, and that will greatly improve the efficiencies of the organization by having everybody in one building. Next slide, please. Our challenges, this has not affected our organization, but it is out there and it could happen at any time, is a shortage of forensic pathologists. There are 3,100 death investigation agencies in the state of California, with only 800 practicing board-certified forensic pathologists. The recommendation by the Department of Justice is saying that we need, for the United States, we need anywhere between 15 to 1,800 forensic pathologists to adequately supply all the offices. We have seen an increase in our indigent cremations. For fiscal year 22-23, we had 27. For 23-24, it went to 57. In 24-25, we are now at 26 as of June 5th. Next slide. That's good. That one is great. As I said earlier, our staffing changes. We have added an additional working out of class as a forensic supervisor. She oversees the pathology division and supervises that area in an efficient manner. It's a great asset to have. That is a specialty in itself, and having a supervisor in that position is a great asset. And then having everybody come under one building, again, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be a great, to have everybody there so we can all work efficiently and be able to communicate together. Just talking about the staff a little bit, I just wanted to talk about some of the surveys that we get back, and they highlight certain responses, and we receive excellent remarks in our response time, courtesy of staff, knowledge of staff, helpfulness of written and verbal information, staff availability, information about the process, appropriate follow-up on cases. Some of the comments we received are exceptionally kind and sensitive and provide me with the information I needed to proceed with the process. Very down to earth, helpful, compassionate, kind mannerism during a difficult time. Next slide. One of the areas that we're responsible for is identifying our Jane and John Does. In 1999, then Senator Speer had a bill, in 1999, it had a bill that created a DNA database for missing and unidentified individuals as well as Jane and John Does. In that bill, it sets standards for every death investigation office in the state to have certain pieces of evidence submitted to the Department of Justice for helping identify individuals. Since that time, since 1999, we now partner with 20 different organizations that help us identify Jane and John Does. One of them is forensic genealogy, which we've had success in identifying 3 of our Jane and John Does going back into the 1970s. And currently there are 2 that are in the works that will hopefully result in identification and the possibility of being able to solve a crime. Next slide. Thank you. Our performance data. We try to keep our cases closed within 90 days. That's a accreditation standard as well as a benchmark for our organization. We did have an issue that was identified in 22-23 where that number dropped below what was recommended. However, that number has since been corrected, or that issue has since been corrected, and we are now at 80%, 86% of our cases are closed within 90 days. We continue to see an increase in our costs per our investigations, and that is due to ongoing costs from agencies outside of our organization, such as our toxicology lab, our histology lab, and services and supplies. Next slide. 22-23, we have 94% of our staff that has participate in diversity and unconscious bias training, and it's our hope for the next coming 24-25 year, or it's at actually 24-25 is at 100%, and moving forward for 25-26, we hope to maintain that number at 100%. I would just like to thank my staff. It's a very difficult job that they have, and they do an excellent work. And I do appreciate that, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Elizabeth Ortiz, who has had the opportunity to work out of class twice in the last 3 years. The current chief deputy was out on maternity leave, and Elizabeth stepped in and did an excellent job, and I appreciate all the help that she has given us. And I want to thank the board for their continued support.
Thank you, Coroner Folkrot. Are there any questions?
Mr. President, thank you. Coroner, so there are no fees that we can charge to kind of reduce the county costs here?
Yeah, we do charge fees for our services, and that is, we get that authority from the California Government Code. We happen to have one of the highest fees in the Bay Area. So every time that we go out and we do an investigation, there's a fee for removal. There's storage fees. There's a couple others. So we do generate per case probably about $500 to $600.
So that cost per case then would be reduced by $500, you're saying? Or is that, would that be
Go ahead.
in addition to?
It could reduce those costs, but not everybody's able to pay those fees. Sometimes we have to give a waiver.
Okay. Do you have any other ideas on how we can reduce county costs a little bit?
I mean, we do our best to make sure that we're getting the best price that we can when we order supplies for our organization. We just don't go to one vendor. We look at other vendors, and then as long as the quality of the stuff that we're getting is the same, then we'll go with the lowest possible price. Okay. One of our reasons our costs are so high is we're an accredited office, so we have to have accredited labs and that do our toxicology work, and there's not a lot of them out there that do accreditation work. So those labs are probably a little bit higher than some of the other labs that we use.
Could you give us the numbers again for Santa Clara and San Francisco as compared to San Mateo in terms of positions?
Yes. Santa Clara runs 12 investigators, and then they have 6 forensic autopsy technicians. Alameda County runs 16 investigators and has 8 autopsy technicians. San Francisco has 14 investigators, and they run 3 forensic autopsy technicians.
And what do we have?
We have 8 deputy coroners and 3 forensic autopsy technicians.
How do you get to 18 then?
I'm sorry.
You said total positions are 18, so.
Oh, that's total for the entire office.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want another deputy that would raise us to 9, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, these other counties are much larger. Santa Clara County is twice as large as San Mateo County. San Francisco is probably another third as large. I want to compliment you on the case closures you do, and the swiftness with which you do them. Could you just give us a little bit more about those cases that you've been able to solve that were cold cases, those 2 cases that date back to the 70s?
Yeah, one of them was a young man that was taken from San Francisco, and he was brought down to a beach on the coast towards the Santa Clara County border. And
Could you speak a little bit louder?
oh, sure. It was a young man, I believe he was 14 or 15 years old. He was taken from San Francisco by 2 individuals and taken down to a beach on the coast near Año Nuevo and was murdered. And his case remained unsolved despite all the hard work that we had done. We had submitted DNA samples, we had fingerprint samples that were on file, and it wasn't until the forensic genealogy came to be part of that process to get these individuals identified. That's how we were able to get that person identified. So we had everything that we possibly could have had submitted to the Department of Justice for identification purposes. The case was worked. Every year we took a fresh set of eyes to take a look at it. I would probably say there was probably 500 to 700 man hours or investigative hours in that when I took over the office. Like I said, the forensic genealogy is a great asset.
And were the assailants identified, or were they subsequently?
I believe they always had people of interest, but those individuals had passed. That was a case I didn't think we would ever be able to get identified, just all the work that was done by the sheriff's office, the DA's office, and our office.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions?
No questions, but I did just want to thank you for inviting me to participate in domestic violence death reviews. I think they've been very helpful in kind of understanding some of the factors that lead to this kind of tragedy. And I look forward to continuing for those to inform our work with the Family Justice Center process.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you on the DV Council Domestic Violence Death Review team. It's great to have you on there and to get your perspective, because I know you chair the Domestic Violence Council, so it's great to have you on there.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, if they're speaking, if you could speak directly into the mic, it's very difficult to hear. Robert, thank you for your report. Can you talk a little bit more about the for forensic pathologists and the shortage? What do you think the barrier is to the shortage in that area?
I think it's high cost of living, and I do believe one of the factors, reading the report that came out, is the forensic pathologists are not paid very well. They are licensed physicians that go through 8 years of medical school, and then they have an additional 3 to 4 years of forensics to be certified. There's other doctors in other fields that make a lot more money than the forensic pathologist. So I think the cost of living in the Bay Area, and then just the opportunity to be a doctor and make more money in other areas, I think those are the 2 main factors. I mean,
Thank you for that. That's probably something to look into, because how do you do your work without those positions as well, right?
It is crucial. I mean, there are some agencies in the state of California up north that don't have any physicians on staff. They actually have to go into Oregon and share doctors out in that fashion.
Thank you. And then if with this extra or additional positions, not extra, what are you looking around? How will it help your turnaround time or your workload? Talk a little bit about that. What are you expecting or anticipating?
So I'm expecting to have at least, right now we have 1 investigator per shift, and we do have some overlap that come in and supplement that deputy that's on duty. So my hope is that 9th investigator will allow us to look at different staffing options so that we can have the most deputy coroners working at the peak time.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much, Robert. I have a question about the deputy coroner. How many deputy coroners do you have now, or is the position vacant?
We have 8 deputy coroners, and we're asking for 1 additional.
You're asking for it, and what is the county what is the cost on that position? Do you know offhand?
I believe it's about 130 to 140 fully.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I'm asking that question is in regards to, I know, we'll be approving the budget later, but we're looking at potentially approving, 22 FTEs moving forward. And as you're well aware, and I've mentioned this to other department heads, the challenges that we're going to have through the federal government and the state government in terms of potential challenges in the next several years. Within your organization, where do you think cost savings lies?
I think cost savings lie when we really take a look at how we, like I said earlier, how we purchase our things that we need for our organization to make sure that we are getting the best value at the less amount of money. I've been able to save some money to return to the budget through fund balance, so I think we do an effective job in that area.
Okay. And then finally, I want to talk to you a little bit and get your feedback and seek your input in regards to the potential use of artificial intelligence in regards to the California Department of Vital Statistics requesting the registration. I think the provision within state law, it's 8 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you view using that technology? Because 8 days can be, there's a lot of factors into that. Have you lent any thought to that?
I think we do an efficient job in doing that. We've actually been complimented by the Department of Public Health in getting those cases closed or getting those death certificates filed within 8 days. I don't know much about the AI app that Vital Statistics is using. That is a topic of our conversation management breakout session for an upcoming coroner symposium in September.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Seeing there are no additional comments, I do think we have to take public comment. Is that correct?
That's right, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so Mr. Clerk, if you can proceed on Zoom.
Thank you. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 1, Coroner's Office, please raise your hand in Zoom now. No hands are raised. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Coroner. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 2, which is the departmental presentation of the Human Resources Department. Rocio. Welcome, Rocio.
Lower this. Good morning, President, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mankia, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm Rocio Kirkson. I'm the HR Director, and I'm pleased to be here this morning to present the Human Resource Department's 2-year budget. Our purpose centers on employee success. We partner with county departments to attract, hire, and retain the best employees. We promote a positive employee experience and culture and offer growth and career opportunities. Ultimately, we're striving for a healthy, resilient, and engaged workforce that contributes to better outcomes for the community we serve. In terms of our workforce, as you'll note, and as your board is aware, we have over 6,000 employees. There are 5 generations in the workplace.
Rocio, 1 minute.
Yes,
through the
thank you.
clerk.
And just for the record, Supervisor Mueller has arrived at 9:39 a.m.
Okay, if you can continue.
Oh, thank you. As noted, in terms of our workforce, the average age is 44 years. The average years of service is a little under 10 years, and over half of our workforce resides in the county, and the majority are female. To attract great employees to the organization, we are deploying targeted sourcing and marketing strategies and have begun to host LinkedIn Live informational sessions to directly connect candidates with hiring managers. We are hosting in-person community engagement events to showcase careers in public service. Last summer, we held a public service career fair that attracted nearly 800 job seekers, and most recently, we had a public service career fair that attracted nearly 800 job seekers. And thanks to Supervisor Spears' leadership, we hosted another community event in May that attracted over 1,500 job seekers. And we had a video of that. Let me see if I can get it here. One moment. Okay, we'll keep going. The event was held at the Event Center. It included representatives from all county departments, panel discussions, and tips on applying for county positions, as well as headshots and resume reviews. We are also growing our talent pipelines through expanded internships and fellowship programs, as well as other workforce development partnerships. And if I can just go back. We are focusing on skills development and continuous learning at every level of the organization and have expanded our robust learning program to drive innovation, meet organizational needs, and prepare employees to move into positions of increasing responsibility. As the previous slide noted, employees indicate that they are utilizing the skills learned from these sessions. During the year, we did launch a new development program for line staff. We introduced career pathways, tools and resources, and expanded knowledge sharing initiatives such as mentoring and coaching programs to build skills and organizational capacity. We strive to promote an inclusive work environment that prioritizes employee health and well-being, engagement, and a sense of purpose, connection, and belonging. Nearly 70% of employees responded to the county's most recent employee engagement survey. Over 90% indicate that their job contributes to the community, and nearly 80% would recommend the county as an employer. And to better support employees, we're taking a whole person approach that includes physical, emotional, financial, and social well-being. During the year, we created a women's investment campaign, sponsored a men's health initiative, enhanced mental health resources, and expanded wellness dividend program for all employees, resulting in 67% of employees completing a health assessment as well as their individualized health plan, wellness plan. And thanks to your board, we are continuing to promote a culture of recognition through our various countywide programs. During the year, we also held an Employee Innovation Summit, and your board recognized the award-winning employees last December. We work to drive innovation and align our workforce strategy with our organizational goals. During the year, we completed our 3-year strategic plan that included input from our customer departments, and you'll note that our satisfaction rate continues to be strong. We also implemented process improvement, revamped programs and policies, and conducted numerous RFPs to ensure the very best services and value. In addition to building capacity within the organization, we are also community-based. During the year, we hosted the Jobs for Youth Scholarship Awards, and in partnership with Supervisor Corzo, we are proud to support various commissions that are doing impactful work in our community, including pride events and women's initiatives. HR's year 1 budget totals $26.3 million and has a general fund contribution of $10.9 million. We have a dedicated staff of 78 that provide excellent services in the areas of countywide HR and mail services. In addition to negotiated salary and benefit increases, key budget changes include the mid-year conversion of 2 limited term positions into regular positions that were previously approved. These included a community program specialist to support the expansion of talent pipelines, including our Jobs for Youth program, and a management analyst to support employee engagement, recognition, and performance initiatives. And lastly, to better support employee skills development, we recently issued an RFP for a new learning management system. We anticipate the new learning portal will offer employees enhanced skills, competency resources, and career pathing using AI-powered capabilities. We plan to bring this agreement to your board in the upcoming months. As I shared with your board during the most recent vacancy presentation, our workforce challenges are primarily due to labor shortages in certain fields, the region's high cost of living and housing, as well as post-pandemic workplace environment and expectations. And also, we're seeing due to broader societal issues and potential economic impacts, we are now seeing a general sense of unease from our workforce. To address these challenges in the upcoming year, we'll develop workforce strategies based on the most recent employee engagement results, offer additional mental health and financial wellness resources to build resilience. We'll explore additional childcare and housing programs, and in partnership with District 1, we will roll out an employee suggestion program. We'll also continue to prepare our employees for promotional opportunities by hosting a career development day, conducting a learning needs assessment to identify skills needed in the evolving workplace and emerging technologies, and offer people managers additional support and resources. We will also roll out technology solutions that improve the employee experience. And lastly, as previously noted, we'll work to expand workforce partnerships and community engagement to build the talent pipeline. Thank you to your board, county executive, all the department heads, our HR professionals, including those that are here today, and all the employees throughout the organization that make San Mateo County so extraordinary and definitely the best county in the state. Maybe the nation? And lastly, a special thank you to the HR budget team, Lisa Okada, Jojo Gutierrez, Lillian Lilas, Carlene Luck, and our CEO team, Justin Mates, Robert Mankia, and Ian Early. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Let's see. So I think you mentioned some of the work that we've done around women's initiatives, and one of them includes the Pay Equity Pledge that we started last year. Wondering if you have any updates on that?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Corzo. So yes, so we were honored to make that pledge as a county. And as your board is aware, we currently have an equity pay dashboard where we report out on pay equity for the organization. And we do that we have that available. It's transparent on a quarterly basis. And then we also have our workforce planning report that we issue annually that has lots of information about our workforce, including pay equity and all the initiatives that we're moving forward in order to close that gap. And so when we look at our female to male pay. So females currently, the average is 64.39, and for males it's 67 and 65 cents. So it's the variance is 4.8%, and when we looked at it a year ago, it was nearly at 6%. So we have closed that, and I do want to note that when we're looking at pay, when we look at the classifications, so if we look at a coroner, as an example, a deputy coroner, so the pay that they're receiving, male, female, will be, it will be equivalent. So it's based on the experience that they bring in. And so that is the case. Where we see the gap is the types of positions that females and males go into. As an example, our clerical positions, administrative positions, we would see there more females than we would in other types of positions. Although I do want to note that we have seen an increase in the executive upper management in our females, so that's really excellent. So what we need to continue to do is build that pipeline to move individuals into higher paying positions and offer those promotional opportunities. And we're doing that through our skills-based hiring. We're doing that through the career opportunities that we have available. We've revamped our job descriptions to assist in that area. And there's certainly more that we can do, especially as we're talking about pipelines and career pathways. And so that will certainly be a focus in the upcoming year.
Thank you. I'm actually super impressed that you knew some of those stats from right off the top of your, I can't remember what that phrase is. Head. I was like, mind, head. It sounds kind of silly when you say it out loud. Anyways, thank you. It's really impressive to see that we're making progress on closing that gap. And it's not a huge gap, but it's a gap nonetheless. And thank you so much for all of the work that's gone into that. I'm really intrigued by the skills-based
hiring.
That's right. That's right. It's great. I think it's good to model that there are these really concrete practices that can help us close that gap. And I think the intention has always been that we start here and then we can share what's worked with other employers at the local level who maybe have much bigger gaps than the ones that we see here. So thank you for your work and to all of your team. I know it can't do it alone, but yeah, it's the work of kind of addressing unconscious bias and structural barriers to equality is it's all in the details. So I appreciate that. I also had a question about. I think we've kind of heard a theme come up in some of these hearings around teleworking and remote work, and I believe we have a county telework policy. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
And my understanding is that came into existence in 2013, and I'm wondering how that enters into recruitment, retention, and efficiency.
Yeah. So yes, thank you, Supervisor Corzo. We do have a telework guide that's available for the entire county and for departments. And that guide has been in existence since 2013. It's a very flexible type of guide that we have available. In fact, during the pandemic, we also used this guide to move our workforce, depending on the position that they have in the job function, into primarily remote work. And then when we did the return to work back in 2021, we also utilized this guide to bring our workforce back into the work on-site, I should say hybrid. So now we have a combination where the position allows and the job function allows where employees do have hybrid schedules. And so currently we have, I believe, 60% of our workforce that is on-site, and then the remainder have hybrid schedules with them over 50% working on-site. So and it's a combination depending on the department in terms of the level. And again, it's based on the job function. in terms of the recruitment, retention, I mean, one of the things that we do hear from employees, and if we look at our employee engagement results, is that they really value flexibility. And I think I indicated to your board, in terms of workforce flexibility, it comes in a lot of different forms, but certainly with schedules and hybrid and how they do their work is something that's one of the top three values for them. And then saying that, I recognize that on-site work is also very valuable, right? It's good to have to work together and collaborate and connect. So we're trying to build opportunities for that on-site work. And so that when employees are on site, of course, they're working with the community, but also when they're on site, they're also collaborating and working with each other. And so we're encouraging departments to have those on-site meetings and have the staff come in, have those recognition events, and continue that collaboration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think there are many employers that I think are trying to shift to fully in person, but at least in my experience and my personal opinion, I do think that, when you have an area where it's so expensive to live, cutting down on commute, cutting down on other expenses that are absolutely necessary when working, 5 days a week in the office or completely full-time in person can kind of go a long way, and it can be the difference between whether someone takes a position with the county or not. And so I just think it's good for us to be mindful of that. And, being one of the top three concerns for potential employees or even current employees is enough of a priority that I think we should be thoughtful about how we approach that. Personally, on my team, we do hybrid, but we do all of our team meetings, or most of them, in person. And so I just wanted to lift up that perspective. Thank you so much for your work and for the team, for the team's work. And I will say that on my last comment will be that I definitely feel like I've been hearing how it's gotten kind of easier to navigate the hiring process and all of the hoops that have to be jumped through. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Corso. Are there any additional comments? Lisa?
Thank you. Thank you, Rocio, for all that you do. I'm looking at just a few questions for you. First is, what roles remain hardest to fill, or are there still roles within the county that are hardest to fill, and how are staffing shortages, if any, impacting the countywide service delivery?
So yes, we do have hard to fill positions. And I should start with indicating that in terms of our vacancy rate, as you know, as your board is aware, we have seen a decrease overall.
Yes.
I think it went from 14% a few years ago, and now we're at 11%. So I do want to note that we have made progress, but we do have challenges in some of our traditionally hard to fill positions. So those would be social workers, some healthcare professions, doctors, psychologists, some of our nursing classifications. So yes, we do have some challenges in that area, but we have made progress. We have been focusing on these hard to fill positions. As an example, working closely with our dispatch, with our communications center, we've been working on closing that gap and have had some successes there. And so we'll continue to collaborate with the departments. In terms of service impacts, I would have to have those conversations with the departments, but we recognize, when they come to us, we recognize the urgency in filling those positions and strategize with them to ensure that we are making sure that we're filling those positions as soon as possible.
Thank you. And I should have started by saying you're doing an amazing job. You just helped me with the position. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and great job on closing the gap of when it comes to vacancies within the county also. My next question is just on your HR service metrics, like time to hire and turnover rates. Are they trending in the right direction? I feel like they're trending in the right direction, but can you talk a little bit about that?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Gaucher. Yes, they are trending in the right direction. I think the last time we looked at our turnover rate, it was at 9%. It was at 9%, so that is lower than in prior years. And then our time to fill is also trending in the right direction. Yes.
Thank you. And finally, can you talk a little bit more about the career pipeline enhancement? You know, when I think about the workforce development and things that are happening, does the county have mentorship opportunities, sponsorship opportunities, so that employees know that there's somebody that they can work with when you're thinking about enhancing your career or trying to figure out how that you can advance your career? Talk a little bit more about what's happening, not just in your department, but countywide. How are we encouraging the talent that is here, and how are we preparing them for their next position or career?
So in addition to all the learning opportunities that we do have coaching and mentorship programs that are available to employees. For our coaching program, anytime we have a supervisor or manager that promotes, they're offered a coach that they can work with. And soon in the upcoming year, we'll be deploying a team coaching strategy as well that will become available. And then we also have a mentorship program that employees is available for them to participate in. And then we also recently launched a program for line staff, Talent Accelerator, that was a comprehensive program centered around their developing their leadership growth. And at the end of that program, they were also offered a coach that they could work with. And it's my understanding that the majority of folks did take advantage of that. Other things that we also have tuition assistance, and thanks to your board, you recently increased that amount where we offer $600 per course that's available for employees, unlimited. So that's also helpful. And then, as I mentioned in my presentation, now we're looking at a learning management system that will have capabilities for our employees to indicate what skills they are interested in developing and kind of map that out for them in terms of what courses they could take. And hopefully we'll get to the point where there's also recommendations on positions that they can apply for. And then certainly we offer career opportunities for our employees, mobility. They're welcome to reach out to any of our recruiters, any of our learning and development team, our organizational development team, or any HR staff, and we'll be available for them. And then lastly, I also mentioned that our career development day, so we want to have a day, well, we do this every day, but a special day for our employees where they come out and they learn about the different opportunities that are available here in San Mateo County and what their employer is doing to support their career growth.
Thank you, Rocio.
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Spear? Oh, Supervisor Corso.
Sorry, just very briefly, I just wanted to thank you for the Jobs for Youth program. We actually have our new summer intern here, Daisy Barrios, and she's, I think, a week in and has been doing amazing. But I think it's a great example of mentorship and exposing youth to county jobs.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Kosher. We do have a robust internship program, Jobs for Youth, Live in Peace, our STEP for former foster youth, and then our regional program. We also support other regional programs, our internship program, our management fellowship program. We also have a management talent exchange program, and that's part of the next generation for San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. And so our team are the ones that administer those programs. And then also with our regional training consortium, our team also plays a large part in administering that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rocio, let me just say to you and your staff how impressed I've been with your work. I think that your role is critical to us in the county being able to provide services to the residents of this county. We need the talent, and you provide us with the talent that allows us to be seen as a very responsive county. So kudos to all of you. I want to continue to be helpful in any way that I can, and but I would like to start with this whole issue of flexibility. Yes. I think flexibility is good to have in a workforce. If you need a Friday off, a Monday off, we should always be willing to accommodate. If you need special time off because you're having some issues at home, it's important for us to be able to help. I do believe that a 4-day work week is important. I think the taxpayers in this county expect us to be there because we are a public service organization. We have to be willing and able to serve the public. So to that point, you said that 60% of the workforce is on site.
Yes.
So what's with the other 40%? Where are they?
So thank you, Supervisor Spear. I appreciate that question, and I appreciate what you indicated in terms of that workplace flexibility. So yes, I think that is part of our culture in terms of when someone needs that flexibility to do the things that they need to do. The example that you gave. When you reference the 4-day work week, that would be what I'm referring to in terms of a hybrid schedule, right? One example of a hybrid schedule, right? The 4 days on site, 1 day remote. And I mentioned that it varies by department, right, in terms of whether it's the 3 days or the 4 days, and again based on the job responsibilities of the individual. So you could have, say, someone that works at the call center where they are not directly interacting with a member of the public. So in that case, the department head would likely could approve that remote work for that individual, or that hybrid or additional hybrid schedule for that individual.
Well, I understand we have a department head who wants or who is working remotely. I don't see how you can do that.
A department head that is working remotely? Department head, I don't want
to call anyone out at this point in time. I just think, we come into public service because we want to serve the public, and that's part of doing it. So, and it's part of coming together as staff to develop ideas to improve the work product.
I agree.
And I think if you're remote, that is just unlikely. So I guess what I'm asking you, the 40% that are not on site, if you could just provide me at some point what those positions are, I'd like to just review them.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay.
We can take a look at that.
So in terms of the vacancies, I was very impressed by Ms. Cunningham's presentation, where she was able to reduce that social worker vacancy rate so dramatically, obviously with the help of you and your staff. So was there any secret sauce in what you did relative to those vacancies that we can learn from?
I think it was one example of the targeted recruitment strategies and partnership with the department. And so the Human Services Agency, Claire, has been really great to work with regards to closing the gap with the social workers. And so we did partner with the department, but specifically some of the changes that we made, we updated the recruitment brochures. We had specialized LinkedIn social posts. The hiring incentives that your board approved, that was also very helpful. Going out and doing the targeted sourcing. And then finally, thanks to our class and comp team, we revamped the requirements for the social workers. So we reevaluated that. And I think that's probably the aspect that has had the most impact. So we'll continue to work with the department and continue to work with them to retain the staff and offer any available resources that we can. It's difficult work, and so when we recognize that, and so we'll continue to extend the offer of wellness initiatives and other support that we can provide.
I also connected Ms. Cunningham with Notre Dame de Nemours, because they have a master's program in social work, and so I believe that's going to be helpful. So, sometimes they're right under our noses in terms of potential connections and contacts that we can develop that will assist us.
So so that would be great, having that partnership. And then also growing our own, developing our own staff to move up into those types of positions. And certainly there's that pipeline within human services agencies. So we'll look at those opportunities.
So the career day fair that we had at the fairgrounds, what did we reap from that?
So what we're hearing is we have seen additional folks, or let me back up. That event attracted, as I mentioned, over 1,500 individuals interested in county employment. So it was an excellent community engagement event for us to share really the value of the work that the county does in public service. And following that event, we did send out a survey and received feedback. And of those that responded, 92% indicated that they would apply for positions. Now, that career fair occurred May 1st, so we're still taking a look to see what the results have been. We did, in our job application, we did add a question around how they heard about us, and we added the career fair. And so we'll be able to track if that was one of the ways that they heard about county employment. So I think 3 months out, we'll have a better indication. And then I do want to note that at the event, we did have a lot of federal employees that were there. At least that's what we were hearing. And we're starting to see with our positions that we are seeing an increase in those federal employees that are applying. I think the most recent one that we had for the Department of Emergency Management, over 30% of the applicants were federal employees, and I have a list of other positions where we're also seeing that. And thanks to your office, who reached out and asked if we would consider having a social media campaign to let federal workers know that they have opportunities here and apply for county positions. So we were able to do that as well.
Good. I noticed that in your numbers, the average length of stay in county employment is a little under 10 years. So, and we really seek longevity. Do you do exit interviews with those that leave?
Yes, we do. And that average years of service we have seen a decrease compared to prior 5 years ago was over 10 years or close to 11 years. So yes, we do exit surveys, and then we also do the employee engagement survey. And one of the questions in the engagement survey centers around why they stay and then why they would leave. And then with the exit surveys, we also ask those questions as well. That's an area where we're continuing to build upon. The response rate isn't as robust as we would like. So that's an area that we're working on. However, before we even get to that point, we're encouraging departments, managers to have stay interviews with their team members, have those conversations with them in terms of what they enjoy about the work. How else can we how can we better support them in their current position or any future growth opportunities? So I think we need to do whatever we can to retain our employees.
The cost of living has got to play a factor in that. And, Jefferson Union High School District and the community college districts have both seen really stable faculty and staff because they've created housing options that allow their employees to rent units for half what the market rate is. And I know we're going to start looking at that. It might be worth while for you to communicate with some of the other human resource directors in the cities to see if we can come up with some other opportunities, maybe on city property, that we can then join forces with and create opportunities for housing for both county employees and city employees.
Will do, yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you. So I actually have and it's great that we have everyone in the room, because the question I have.
Yes, we do.
The question I have for you all actually has to do with the emerging threat of ghost employees. The University of California recently, and universities are talking about the fact that people are creating ghost students to apply for benefits. And if you look at other counties, they've had circumstances where there have been ghost employees created, and there's an increasing concern that with AI and bots, with an employer the size of, we're the first or second largest employer in the county, that people can actually infiltrate HR systems and create employees to be paid and then have them disappear again over and over again. And so I don't know if this is something that there's been any risk assessment done for in the department, or if there's been any conversation of that at all. So I guess I'm asking that question and then encouraging it.
I'll look over at Lisa Okada. So I'm sure we work closely with our information services department in mitigating that. Thank
They're
you,
here
Lisa,
too.
Lisa Okada.
I know Mr. Wentworth's up next, so.
Thank you,
That's,
Supervisor
good
Miller. That's
timing.
actually a really good question. And from right now, what we do when people are onboarded, we have to do a visual first sight of the person and validate their I-9. So anyone we enter into the system, we do actually, the departments as well as HR audit, look to make sure that the individual is the person that they indicate when we enter them into the system. Now, whether things are being infiltrated and, after someone hires, I think that was something we need to work with the controllers to look at. But we do have internal controls, procedures, and process with the controller's office. But we'll take that as a takeaway to further look at.
So the visual for the I-9, is the verification then done, like you look in the computer and you hit, we saw it, or is there some other, because that's actually, that's sort of how that's just a secondary system that they would go ahead and run a bot and create a fake I-9. So I'm wondering, is there, and if it's beyond you, I'll ask Mr. Wentworth, but I really appreciate you saying you'll look into it. It is an emerging threat.
Yeah, so the visual is done by our HR partners or payroll personnel specialists within the department. So once they validate the I-9 in person, then in the system we would indicate that the I-9 has been completed and that we can approve the hire.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa.
I wanted to chime in one more time to name that you and your department, and I believe specifically one person, has handled a lot of employee concerns around their work and working under really difficult circumstances. And I just want to appreciate your department and your staff for kind of carrying that burden and being that lifeline to staff who not only have a difficult day to day, but even more so just because of recent events. So thank you so much to your team for that. And it's not going unnoticed.
Thank you so much for that, Supervisor Corzo, and I would agree with you. She truly is a HR professional and just exceptional, as are all the team members.
Great, thank you very much. Rocio, what is the average salary for a county employee?
Is it 60? 60, is that correct? $60 an hour. Can someone do the math for me?
What is the annual salary?
The average annual salary.
You know, while we're looking through that,
Yes,
you know,
thank you.
a lot of things are predicated on markets, right? And so markets sort of dictate, and I was just looking at the report for the Bay Area job market in terms of unemployment. Unemployment, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is at about 3.5%. It looks like it's creeping up a little. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And so the vacancy rate,
Thank you.
you know, my understanding of the vacancy rate, we were at 14%. Now we've made improvement to
Yes.
11%. Can you speak, I know in the biotech sector here in San Mateo County, there's been a job loss of about 1,100. And again, it's driven by market. Have you seen an increase in applications?
So thank you,
Yeah.
President Canepa. I'll respond to that question. In terms of the annual salary, it's a little under $125,000, the average. And thanks to your board, we have made adjustments to salaries as part of negotiations. So I think that has been extremely helpful. And I'm sorry, your question.
Yeah, no, very good. No, thank you. And talk to me a little bit. You know, unemployment is creeping up, right?
Thanks.
Can you speak to a twofold question? First of all, the potential increase in applications that we
Thank you.
received.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So over the last couple of years, we have seen a significant increase in the number of applications. I believe last year was around the 29,000 applications received. This year, it's still, I think it's maybe 22,000 so far, and that's compared to a low of 9,000. So we have seen an increase. And I do anticipate, I'm hopeful that in terms of our retention rate, I mentioned that currently our turnover is at 9%. I do anticipate that will remain, I am hopeful it will remain strategy-based, remain stable based on all the strategies we've deployed and also the current market. Although we'll continue to work on those hard to fill positions.
Great. And then, you know, finally, you mentioned some of the work that you're doing in artificial intelligence. Do you see other work outside of the work that you've currently mentioned within your presentation? Are there other opportunities?
So in terms of the capabilities that we currently have access to utilize Workday for job announcements and job descriptions, and we're starting to utilize that technology. As I mentioned, we're going to move into our learning management system that will have AI capabilities for the skills career pathing. We also have workforce analytics that allows us to look at trends and it provides some predictions for us. So those types of items we're currently taking a look at. And then also in terms of, we recognize that departments are moving in this direction. Well, the whole world is moving in this direction. So we are going to take a look at what are those skills that are needed in that environment and how could we better support our employees and then offer those trainings for them. And then lastly, with regards to chatbots, we want to be able to provide candidates with the ability to in addition to reaching out to us, of course, to ask questions in terms of our hiring process. So offering that capability, and then also with regards to all of the HR policies and guides that we have, how can we better support our supervisors and managers and employees, and so allowing them to do searches so that they can find that information. So those are the types of things that we're working on.
Great. And, I think organizationally, as we move forward, and, you've seen this in other organizations, sometimes when it comes to technology or advances, you could fall behind, right? And I think what you've clearly illustrated is that you're trying to get ahead of the technology curve. So when I look at sort of productivity, I look at efficiency, I look at sort of these areas because, as the county executive has referenced, we are in potentially uncertain times. I understand that the legislator and the governor have come to an agreement on the state budget. I guess it'll be affirmed on Monday, contingent with some housing provisions. So I think it's just it's extremely important. Within your organization, how do you get lean? I mean, how do you? I mean, the next two. I'm not looking for this budget year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I am a little, but how do you get lean within what you're trying to do?
So it is around looking at the services, right? And so I mentioned in my presentation that we're continuously conducting RFPs, so ensuring that we are getting the best price for the organization, not just in HR, but we are looking at it globally, given that we support the entire county. So certainly that. We're also taking a look at our processes and how we could better improve that, and anything in whether it's in our risk management. I mean, that's an area where we continue to, and Jana has done a phenomenal job in that area in terms of improving processes, ensuring, they're taking a look at our insurance program, our claims management. So certainly in those areas, we can we are currently taking a look at.
All right, thank you so much. I have no further questions. Do we have public comment?
Mr. President, I don't have any speaker cards from chambers. Mr. Clerk, please proceed on Zoom for public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 2, Human Resource Department presentation, please raise your hand in Zoom now. No hands are raised, Mr. President.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Kersen.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 3, which is the departmental presentation of the information services. Mr. Wentworth.
Good morning. Let's put the microphone where it needs to be. Hope you all can hear me fine. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Mankia, and Mr. Niblin. I'm Mike Wentworth. I'm the Director of Information Services, and I'm pleased to be before you today to share what the department is going to be working on over the next 2 years and the budget that will support that.
Michael, would you mind speaking into the mic, please?
Oh, it didn't catch me?
I think that microphone is part of the problem.
Yes.
They're
working on it. It'll be fixed by the time we get back in August. Is that correct, Mr.
The
Mankia?
hope is it's supposed to be fixed by the time. We're having a couple of issues with merchandise coming in, but we are working on trying to get it fixed by the beginning of August, yes.
The reason I say August is because the board's not meeting in July. There's
July.
no sarcasm there. It's just...
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Wentworth.
Thank you. So the mission statement here before you, I'm not going to read it, but I do want to really connect us to the word connect as part of our mission. Our job is really to connect county employees to each other and the residents to their government. And we do that through secure, responsive, and reliable infrastructure and technologies. I definitely am proud of the divisions of this department and the work that they do to support our customers and each other. And we have many success stories I'm going to share in the next slide. So building on the successes that we had in the previous budget cycle, we're really starting to step forward in our various applications
and technologies to really bring a better experience for most people. The county has created, or Supervisor Slocum, when he was in office, coined the phrase, create a remarkable experience for everyone, and we aim to do that with all that we do. Proofs of concepts on mobile apps. We have built many mobile apps over the last years since the pandemic, and we continue to do that, and I'll talk a little bit more about those as we go along. We have improved our ServiceNow portal. This is how our customers engage us and how we provide services to them. And there's many economies that we will be looking to create using that platform. We're talking about finances these days. We're implementing a brand new financial management system to help us do a lot of analysis on the way that we build departments. We know that that's an important thing for departments to be able to budget for. We want to flatten out those charges, and so great work is happening there. We have all been talking about Epic and the work that's happened there. That's foundational. AI is built into that. There's a lot of integration with new peripheral devices that the medical staff use, and that requires our teams and our desktop group to be very innovative and creative on how those things happen. This is a whole sea change for everyone, and they've done a spectacular job. The relationship with the health department has never been better. We are really focused on cybersecurity. We know that that's a huge issue, especially at this time. With all that's going on in the world, the threat level has never been higher. We receive thousands of door knocks every day trying to get into our network. And fortunately, because of the support of this board and the county executive and my fellow department heads, we have been able to implement this technology. We're seeing lots of support and compliance. We're going to continue to grow that and ensure the fact that we are staying safe while still getting all this great work done. The other thing that's really a primary focus for us is still to continue to work on the successful upgrade of the public safety and microwave radio networks. That's going to be hugely important in terms of how we protect and support the county in times of crisis or disaster, and creating a resilient county. So here you see in the budget a modest increase in the total requirements of the department. This is really just pretty much due to the fact that you have the normal salary and benefit increases that we all agreed to. You'll note that the year two, or 26-27 year, is down by about $16.5 million. That's really just based on the reduction of the one-time monies that are used for capital projects. Those then get reallocated or reapproved in the following budget. We stay close on those dollars and ensure that that happens correctly. The net county cost obviously is zero. We receive no net county costs, but our customers are net county costs, so we're very mindful of being safe with those dollars, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. You'll also note here that I'm asking for an additional position. This is a conversion of a limited term position that's been in our department for a couple of years now. The amount of work that this group is undertaking is tremendous. Not the least of which is the amount of Public Records Act requests and litigation discovery requests that we get from the DA, the Human Resources, Employee and Labor Relations, as well as the County Attorney's Office. It's a huge amount of work that it continues. If you're not familiar with the Public Records Act request, I'd be shocked, but it's a lot of work. So, I'm also aware that there is a concern. I'm presenting on the third day here, so I know there's a concern for what the hybrid schedules look like in the department. We offer a 980, a 410, a 5-day a week. We have swing shifts and we have graveyard shifts, as well as a 3 and 2 telework. So 3 days in the office, 2 days telework. The amount of staff there on site most days is around half the department or a little more. Most of the work that we do has been in telework for at least 10 years, and we do that work because we don't really directly serve the public. It has been helpful for us in the recruitment of employees. Some employees who have recently applied, or prospective employees who have applied, have really asked to only work telework 100%, which of course we decline. But it's one of those things that we know is changing, and we will be prepared to make those changes at the time it happens. The other thing I wanted to just simply say is that, since the pandemic, the department has been on the ground every single day. supporting and bringing us back and supporting departments and providing services to the community. And I'm super proud of all of their commitment. And so that's what you can expect from ISD. Okay, so I did talk about what those changes were. One of the things that I really want to bring up is the risky financial future that we've been talking about. You see those written there. I won't go over that as much as I want to make the point that's happening in the industry today. We're seeing huge increases in the cost of things. Some of those are tariff related, but most of those are related to the really restructuring of the technology landscape. We're seeing companies buy out other companies, and that cost of merger and acquisition is being transferred to the customers. And so in that way, we have seen really bracing and shocking amounts come our way. And those have not been able to be easily budgeted for. And so, you know, one of the things that we're really working on is ensuring the fact that we bring good value by, using competitive agreements or competitive bidding. We do a lot of RFPs in the department, a lot of requests for bid. We partner very closely with the Department of Procurement and with the Controller's Office and the CEO's Office, of course, to make sure that we're finding ways to economize. The best thing that we can do is reduce the amount of technology spread in the county and ensure the fact that we're all using the same technology and that we are managing our licensing. That's a huge hit for us. Those license costs go up astronomically without any control. And some of this technology is foundational to us. And we really need to stay on top of ensuring the fact that we don't have to go out and change the underpinnings of our technology because somebody raised their price. We don't have that luxury all the time. I mean, we will continue to RFP every 3 years on most of our technology. Some of the foundational stuff, of course, is something that we see in departments that stay longer, like the Workday system. You're going to see that would not be RFP'd all the time. So there will be those kinds of things that we're going to be focused on to try to stay ahead of those market changes. So over the next 2 years, each of the 5 divisions are working on these priorities. Maintaining and upgrading our county applications is hugely important. As you've been talking to the departments during these budget hearings, they're trying to stay out ahead of technology. ISD needs to be out there ahead of them. And so for us, maintaining the environment so that we can ensure the fact that it can support these new technologies and these new innovations is going to be hugely important. The AB 1637 migration, it has a deadline of January 1st of 2029, and it is not a trivial change. It will impact every single aspect of our computing environment. So we're going to need to work very closely with the departments and, really create a framework and a plan on how we're going to migrate. So it's going to be a big deal, and we really all need to prepare for that. Web content accessibility. This is also a requirement this is really web accessibility to create a digital experience for anybody who visits our website that they're able to use it in whatever way meets them best. The deadline for that is going to be April 24th of 2026. And so that's going to require a lot of departments to be working on their content. Our department is changing the way the platform is being managed, and we're going to roll out new changes there. So a lot of work for departments and for ISD in this area. In client success, we're really working on improving mobile device security. We have new technologies that we're trying to implement now to ensure the fact that we have our mobile devices just as secure as our networks devices and those that we provide to departments like laptops and desktops and so on. So we really are getting out ahead of that. As you may know, there's a lot of phishing and social engineering that happens on cell phones. You may be getting those texts yourself, and so we really want to make sure that we create the right kind of profiles to keep things secure. We've talked about the board chambers, and I know you've asked Mr. Mankia just now about that. We're working very closely with the CEO's office and PDU to make the improvements to our audiovisual systems in this room, and that is a priority. I want to talk a little bit about another priority, which is our staff. Our department employees, they want a pathway for career growth. And because it is so difficult to hire our positions, we're in competition with Silicon Valley. We are really, struggling to ensure the fact that we're bringing the best and the brightest here. And so part of that is to ensure the fact that the people who are here and put their time in are given every opportunity to be successful and the most competitive in any recruitment that we have. That does two things for us. One, it creates the loyalty, it creates the good work, and we are building on those successes. But two, it opens lower level positions that make it easier for the public to apply for and be successful in those recruitments. It also helps us with our intern program. And so I really appreciate the fact that, we all have a focus on seeing the success of each other. And I think that's really valuable in the organization. Under employee education, this is really something that's really near and dear to me and to our team, and that is we really want to ensure the fact that every county employee understands the use of technology and what it means. We know there's changes on the landscape that are general, not the ones that are the bespoke systems that are being implemented by each department, but rather the kind of technology that's being used in the wide domain, like Microsoft tools. Those tools are changing every day. AI is being integrated with them as we speak. And so we need to be prepared for our employees to know how best to use those tools. And so we work well with the HR's training program, Rocio spoke about that, to ensure the fact that staff are getting trained on how to stay safe online, on what AI looks like, on the kinds of things that they need to be careful about. In addition to that, the department is also sharing information out regularly through our ISD announcements, through our training videos that we have on our intranet, and through other mediums that we share broadly with the various groups that are technology related, our Information Technology Advisory Committee, our Information Management Planning Council, and so on. So we like to make sure that we're staying connected and we're sharing information with folks as they need it. Again, we talked about making changes in the administrative area. In this case, the project and portfolio management solution that's being implemented is to help us manage those capital projects much more tightly. As you all know, and has been asked of me by some of you in our one-on-ones, how do we stay on top of these costs? How do we keep project creep from happening? Using a robust system to manage that is really the first solution, and we really want to stay on top of those things. We talk about how AI is making it into the departments. One of the first things that we've done is not only are we trying to stay safe and getting ready for that AI that's going to be put into our environment everywhere, we're also trying to see how it can improve our services. How can we keep costs low? How can we make it so that we don't need to keep asking for more and more, but that we are figuring out how to be more efficient, how to be more successful. The robotic process automation for administrative repetitive tasks is very important. That couples well in a little bit that I'll talk about for invoice automation. So, we're focused on modernizing most of our infrastructure. The multi-year radio microwave projects, the VoIP migration, those are huge fundamental projects that we know need to get done. And it's going to be super helpful that we get those done quickly, but also thoughtfully for the money that's available. The other thing that our groups are focused on really is disaster recovery and data center modernization. The disaster recovery is that resilience thing that we talk about, making sure that our data is secure. If we have a problem and we have to stand up our environment someplace else, do we have data that we can go to that we can trust, that we know is secure, that's not been tampered with? Are we going to be able to pull that data down and get us back up and running? The data center modernization is kind of a two-edged sword for me because, one, it's important that we modernize and we, look at cloud support, but it's the same companies that I just spoke about that change their costs that support that environment for us. And so we're going to have to, be careful and thoughtful about how we handle that. So I just want to be, really transparent about it, that there's going to be some things that we're going to have to be careful of. It was talked about a minute ago with Director Kirkson around identity management. How do we prevent ghost employees? Because the very beginning of an account in our networks that create and provision accounts throughout all the other systems start with a human being, a live scan fingerprint, an interview with the employee, coming to a new employee welcome. That's the first thing. But those systems are integrated and orchestrated such that if an employee is in the system and is created as an employee record, is the kickoff to all the other accesses that they get. And so if that changes in Workday back and forth, that behavior would be recognized. We would be able to see that there would be people coming in and going out, because if they came in and went back out, what would happen is it would cause the creation of that account to shift. And so we see that now just in our normal business, where an account can be created for an employee, but then let's say they leave and become a volunteer. They leave the Workday system, meaning they no longer have access to a lot of environments, and they have to be added back in a special way. So, we will continue to work on that and look at that just to ensure the fact that we are staying, safe on that. The two applications I want to show you there on screen, the one on the left is a proof of concept that the team started last year for GIS mapping of this campus. Since all the construction has happened, I don't think a day goes by I don't cross the courtyard and have somebody asking me where something is. And so we feel that this is going to be a great solution. Our GIS team has built it like they've done most of our mobile apps. It's pretty impressive, and it creates safe routes for folks who have mobility issues. So it will identify where the ramps are. It will show them where the door assists are. And so all of those things that are there should improve the public's experience when they come to the government center. And then obviously there on the right is we're working with Suki and Sherry on a public comment application. So rather than people entering slips, they will come into this building, and as soon as they enter the building, they will be within the geofence that allows them to access the application to sign up for public speaking. So hopefully that will improve record keeping, but also smooth out the process of managing public comment. Challenges, I'll be brief here. Obviously, we're competing for the best talent in Silicon Valley. And so, we are getting lots of help from HR on this front. We're getting lots of applications, and we've had lots of people come in and out of the department. We do have a fairly regular in and out these days. It's just too expensive here. And so people are not staying, and they're opting to take a job someplace else that's closer to home to avoid the commute. So that's kind of an issue. But we're definitely working on finding ways, like I said earlier, about how we're trying to promote within and ensure the fact that we're giving people opportunities. I think on balancing integration new technologies, what I'll say on this front is that we are really trying to stay safe when it comes to AI. It's why we started the Gov AI pilot. It's to allow people to play with generative AI in a very safe space that's really set up for government. And so we feel comfortable that folks are getting used to that technology, using this tool. Its pilot is, I think, almost over. And once we have some findings on that, we'll know what steps to take next. And then, of course, we've all been talking about the state and federal funding uncertainty, because although ISD does not receive its own state or federal funding, we recognize that our customers do. And so that's why it's going to be super important for us to, stay efficient. And so that's, again, here me reiterating robotic process automation, the accounts payable invoice automation, which is a project of the controller's office that we've been partnering with them on. I sit on that steering committee with the controller. They're doing great work, and I think that's going to be a huge help to fiscal staff, which is also a hard to fill position. And we're adding additional options to customers to help them where they need to be. Some people work late and they forget their password. They need to be able to go get that password reset. And then, of course, we're definitely staying on top of streamlining and updating the technology that we talked about earlier. We want to really expand on our automation. We really want to ensure the fact that the work that doesn't need to be done by people doesn't get done by people, because it creates a drag on productivity. And I think there's going to be a lot of success there for us and for the departments. And then part of our goals that I spoke about during my presentation to you all for performance is we are really focused on the people first, and innovation and streamlining processes. And so here is, the thing that I want us to be sure that we are really laser focused on is ensuring the fact that technology does not become a hindrance to productivity. And that's really been a guiding principle in the implementation of Epic. where we've considered what the clinician's user experience looks like and continue to make strides in that area to improve it. And you've heard the departments during their budget presentations talk about their chatbots. I think there's some opportunities there also. So before I'm done, I just want to say that the value that we bring and that I'm so proud of here is the fact that we have very high performance measures, and we hold ourselves to a high level, and we achieve those levels. The one that we've missed here for availability of key IT infrastructure was the cut of a fiber line on the campus, you may recall. So those are the things that we really are, proud about. We want to bring that value. We want to be careful with the money that we're given, and we want to ensure the fact that we do things that have a business need, and it's not just technology for technology's sake. So that ends my presentation. I'd just like to say thank you to the professional administrative staff of ISD, my department head colleagues, and for their friendship, partnership, and trust, to the CEO, Mike Callaghy, and his amazing executive team, Ileana Rodriguez, Robert Mankia, Justin Mates, Adam Ely, and most important, for you all, for the board, and your continued support of the department. I've enjoyed our one-on-ones together and our questions, and I appreciate that time. And so I'm now available for any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions? I do. Yes.
So first off, Mr. Wentworth, I want to thank you for your partnership. Obviously, we've done a bit of work together. We'll go from related to AT&T trying to cut landlines and trying to create connectivity on the coast side. I enjoyed very much and appreciate working with you with respect to the creation of the AI policies, the framework for analysis of new AI applications the departments are implementing, and also the discussion about how we try to go ahead and make sure as we implement AI, we're also looking for those new jobs to be created. So we need to embrace it, but we also need to remember to make sure that we're looking to create new jobs out of the opportunity created by it. Most of the questions I have for you today actually do relate around cybersecurity issues. And very frankly, going back, there was the cloud revolution. Everyone wanted to put everything on the cloud. Now we're in the retrospect of maybe we should be moving more to premises. And I'm curious if there is internal to your department a framework for the policy consideration of putting data on cloud versus premises right now.
There is always the discussion around what that looks like. And it's a tension that is created by the fact that a lot of the service offerings that departments are getting are already cloud hosted. The decision has already been made. Really where we live is how well is that environment being protected? Mm-hmm. And so through that process, through the B1 process, there's a security review done by our CISO, our Chief Information Security Officer, and his staff on what the protections are that are in place. And if they're not sufficient, then we can't recommend that the item move forward. So and generally, I think that most of the departments, when they're dealing with private data for employees or members of the public, are definitely getting that level of support. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing it at the board level. I think when it comes to also the discussion around, do you want to keep data local because you need to control it and it's the only place it can be? I think we provide that. Our data centers offer the ability to be on-prem. How we manage that in a cost-effective way is to virtualize those environments and to ensure the fact that they're resilient and easy to replace should there be a hardware failure. But then the thing that you may be missing is the notion that once it's in the cloud, it's easily replicable and can be mirrored and or copied in a way that allows for, if that data center goes down in Colorado, the one in North Carolina is still stood up instantly and they have access to their information. So I think we'll always have those conversations with the departments on what's the best solution.
Is there a written policy framework for that decision making right now, though, or where does it exist in terms of the data level of what the risk assessment is for that data level?
Well, I think we look, and I'll look to Robert, when we do the TSA and we look at the data, we ask for a certain FedRAMP, right? Aren't we asking for a certain a level of encryption and security?
Yep.
Yeah.
NIST 800.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is there discussion taking in place, and I'm happy to talk with both of you, but is there discussion taking place about whether or not there's data that we currently have on the cloud with vendors that given its sensitivity, that we may actually want to move back to prem? And because as you mentioned, there's a cost associated with prem, and we've had this discussion at Samtrans and with other agencies. There's a cost to prem, obviously, and so I want to make sure that if that discussion's taking place, are we giving you the budgetary latitude to do that, or are we in this environment that you're in? Are you being constrained really to just stick with data within the cloud?
Okay, well, I appreciate the question. First and foremost, when it comes to data security, our primary concern typically is regulatory compliance. So the very first thing we do is filter that request through HIPAA security rule, CGIS, and other areas of federal government and state government requirements. The second thing we do is a general security review to make sure that the type of data being placed in the cloud or the handling of that data is appropriate. How are they getting it to the cloud? Where are they storing it? Does it remain within the continental United States? Those kinds of things. If it's publicly accessible data that's easily reproducible, our priorities become less stringent, right? Because the data, if it's accessed, is public data already.
Right.
If it's altered or destroyed, can it be reproduced quickly? And is it resilient enough to withstand that kind of risk? So it's a very involved and unfortunately dynamic process. So it's not contained in a policy document per se. The evaluation criteria is well known throughout the departments, and we apply that criteria on every single request that comes across our desk. So it's pretty substantial. The fear, of course, is decisions that are made without our knowledge, right? So if an action is taken or an acquisition of a technology is taken without our awareness, we don't have the opportunity to review it against that criteria. I hope that makes sense, Supervisor.
It does, and I know that it's different clouds. I know like Google, Amazon, they all have FedRAMP, and they sell it that way. But the issue is all of those entities do have breaches. And so when you're looking at election security, criminal justice, health, there are some agencies that have started to say we're going to move things to prem and have an interaction with that app, but we will keep it here. And I just don't know if that's a discussion we're having or if we're just relying on the Google and Amazon FedRAMP and all of their qualifications.
I was just going to say, I think it has more to deal with what the solution looks like in the process we go through. I think the B1 requires people to do this with us, so I think that's the only part of the policy that exists today. But it sounds like we need to bolster that a bit with some more.
Well, so the only reason why I say is, so I'm bringing it back to a budget. So it's interesting policy discussion, and we can have that at a later time.
Yeah.
But from what I'm asking you is from a budgetary perspective, do you have what you need in order to make that decision today? Because maintaining prem or having the ability to maintain prem is far different than your cloud subscriptions. And so I
would say today, yes, we do. Because our compute and store environment is already built. Mm-hmm. It's here. It's scalable. I think if we were to see a massive change in the way departments needed to store data, that would be a future discussion that we'd need to have.
And I appreciate it. And what gives rise to this discussion is actually, I'll just speak for, it was an open and public. So at other agencies I've been involved with, they are looking at updating their prem. They're very concerned about cybersecurity, and they're updating their prem because of that. And so I just didn't know if that's something that we're doing here, or if you have the budgetary capacity to do that, because I didn't see it in the presentation.
Right. No, it's a great point, and I thank you for making it. But definitely, we will constantly monitor that, what the needs are.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other members who'd like to speak on this item? Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. One of the things that stood out to me is the app that your team is developing to increase accessibility and navigation, sounds like. Really want to appreciate that. Wondering how we can help with making that accessible to folks that aren't as comfortable with tech and might not get on an app, and where your team is in the development of that app.
So an app that's not on a phone? I'm sorry, I don't think I understood your question.
I guess I'm saying like that tool will be super impactful for people that are tech savvy, but that need I think is still there for folks that aren't as tech savvy. So how will we make something like that accessible to them?
Because I worked at Public Works for 19 years, I would probably just say we need more wayfinding on the campus.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so how to do that, I mean, I think that's a discussion with Director Stillman, but definitely something that would help.
Thank you. I'd be happy to help facilitate that. I think I have found that for folks that have language access, like we need better wayfinding, we need better language access. So maybe, yeah. So I would love to work on that. I think it's really important. Anyways, also wanted to talk a little bit about how pivotal your department is when it comes to whether people are in person or remote, just like having the tools they need to be effective in their roles. And I know there's always economies at scale, but I'll just say this. I can't tell you how amazing it is to be able to open my computer and have it work instantly. And that has been a challenge on the Dells, every Dell that I've used. And I know most of our staff have Dells. And it just kind of amazes me that that's still just a challenge for Dell. Like, why can't they figure that out? It's crazy. Anyways, I think your department is really crucial in, like, let's say for the folks that are working hybrid or remote, your department makes sure that they have every single tool at their disposal to be as effective off-site as they are when they're on-site. And so I think as we continue to have those conversations, some education on what those tools look like and how they can be used, I think will be helpful. There are little, tech issues every once in a while, but by far, I feel like everything I can do at home is the same when I'm in the office. In fact, sometimes I get better Wi-Fi connection at home than in this building. But thank you so much for your work. And I think seeing some of your staff has given me a reminder to circle back to a tool that ISD developed around DV and data. So we'll be connecting on that soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any other questions? Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your good work and that of your staffs. Are we providing training to employees to identify door knocks and flag them and then share them with other departments? And are we also providing them with training as it relates to AI and hallucinations?
So the training part for the AI hallucinations has not been rolled out, and that's in partnership with HR because they have a vendor for this. And Rocio and I have been talking about it and ensuring the fact that we're in lockstep on that. ISD didn't want to try to get out in front of county training. When it comes to sharing information about our cybersecurity and things that are happening in our network, Mr. Connell here provides information to our land administrator group, our information technology advisory group, and I provide information at IMPC, or he does. But we make sure that people are aware that this is happening. Some of the things that I think that is really important is for us to figure out where the county's education starts and stops in this particular area. It's come up before about how to help people stay safe in their home networks. And I think that's a struggle that we want to help with, but there's some concern about it. Once we make a recommendation, what does that do for the employee? Does that create a responsibility for them, or where does it stop for the county? So we're navigating those waters because it's come up before.
Well, if they're working at home,
yeah,
don't we have a responsibility to make sure that their home situation is safe and not compromisable, if that's a word?
Yes, in this way. The computers that are used for people who telework and they're from the county and they are existing since the pandemic, those are going to be safe because they have technology built into them that regardless of what's going on in the home, it's fine. But if you are a prior teleworker who had to provide their own equipment, then the county has no responsibility to fix a home computer. And then also, we have no responsibility for the connection that they have to their internet service provider. We don't really manage their network routers and their home Wi-Fi settings and all of those things. We could make recommendations, but that would require us to understand what the configuration is for every home of every teleworker. And I don't know how we would easily do that today.
Well, I can just recall situations in the federal government where persons in highly sensitive positions that would work from home were hacked.
Yeah.
And I just think we have a responsibility. If someone is working from home and using their home computer, I think we should evaluate whether that's appropriate or not.
Correct. And the telework guide that Rocio spoke about really does speak to that. It does require that the person teleworking have the responsibility to maintain a secure home network and all the devices.
That's a scout's honor kind of thing.
Right.
I mean, we're dealing with very sensitive information. So it would seem to me that if someone is working from home, they should be using a computer from the office that would have that kind of protection. And if they're not, then they shouldn't be working from home.
Agreed.
So how do we implement that?
I suppose it gets back to the question of what the future of telework is for the county.
All right. You referenced that when people come into this building to participate at a board meeting, that they will instantly have this form that they can fill out to be able to speak. I worry that there would be a concern that their privacy is being breached. So I think we should think long and hard about that before we start to implement something like that. Because whether or not we are accessing their address book, for instance, is irrelevant if they think we have access to their address book, if you know what I mean.
I do know.
So,
I do know.
Can you comment on that?
I can. Kim, it's a web-based, right? Yes. Yeah. So it's web-based, and it doesn't take any information from the phone. It just basically allows them to open up the application online and fill out the form and hit submit. It doesn't collect any information from the phone at all. It doesn't take anything else other than what the person types. So if they typed, M. Wentworth, that's all that Sherry or Suki would see. It would need to be, whatever they provide is what they provide, even if they didn't want to give their real name, just as they could today on the written form.
Okay, so we would make sure that form has some reference to the fact that this is done volitionally and it's an opt-in kind of opportunity, something that will make it very clear that they have control.
Okay.
Okay. And then in terms of staffing and, competing with the Intels and Microsofts of the world, there's something to be said for county employee employment when, Intel just is laying off as of today 107, and Microsoft has laid off 6,000 from their Xbox. So when those situations occur, how can we jump in and effectively, I mean, we're no longer poaching because they've just lost their jobs, but, avail them of the opportunities that the county can provide that create potential longevity that oftentimes the tech companies don't. And great benefits, I might add.
Right. All true. Definitely, we are always trying to be the employer of choice. We want people to come here and see the value of what it means to practice this noble job of public service, and to couple that with the dream of working in technology, which we all have who do this work. So I mean, I think that's a primary thing that we try to put out there, especially with the help of HR. In terms of,
but I'm asking, what can you do proactively? I mean, can you reach out to Microsoft and say, hey, we have openings. Can you convey the fact to your employees that you're laying off?
we could.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Supervisor Gaucher.
Mike, thank you so much for your report. One of my first question is, or request is, can you just describe what AB 1637 is? Sometimes we talk about we just say it and we don't say what it is. I know it's the migration to .gov, but it would be helpful for the audience to understand what that is as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So AB 1637 is a state law, a requirement to migrate all government agencies to a .gov domain name and structure. It's to make sure that the public understands that they're actually interacting with a proper government agency. The domains are managed through an organization called CISA, C-I-S-A, and it's used to ensure the fact that or they manage it tightly so that nobody else can fake you. That's how you have assurance that you are a valid organization. What I was talking about in terms of the county migration is every part of our computing environment leverages IP technology that moves between one area of the county to another. And as you change the names of all those things have to change with it. So the back end infrastructure of our technology needs to be updated at the same time that we're migrating to the cloud. It's not just your email name that's going to change. It's everything here. And so that's going to be, like I say, a heavy workload for all of us between now and 2029. Did that answer your question, Supervisor?
It does. I just, there's sometimes people are participating and watching and they need to understand what we're referencing. So thank you. Thank you so much. Another question is, how are digital services being improved when it comes to ADA standards? Like, I was on a call where, and as we're talking about bringing on the robotic processing automation, those things, how are we going to address the ADA needs as well? But I was going to reference, I was on a call where someone mentioned when they were describing themselves or saying who they are, they talked about what they were wearing or their skin complexion to help those who couldn't see. Is there a way to bring in those ADA needs into the digital services that we're implementing?
Yes, the way that works on the digital side, I mean, the human side you just described, those are from folks that are aware that they need to do that for people who aren't sighted. The thing that we do in technology is if you can't see very well or you're limited in your visual acuity, everything within the web domain has to follow a certain standard. So within 3 clicks of the mouse, you have to be to the main page of something or the starting of a menu. Every image needs to be described so that when there's a screen reader called JAWS and others out there that read the screen for you, it will tell you specifically what it is you're hovered over or whatever it is that's being displayed so that you have that same experience. It's the same as auto transcription, where if you having hearing issues or you don't have hearing at all, the words that are being typed need to be managed. The workload for departments in this area or for the county is going to be maintaining a glossary of terms so that the word is transcribed correctly. So I think those are going to be areas that are going to be improved as we use it. I've noticed recently in Teams the ability for the transcription to be understood is much better than it was when we started. And I know that there's more tools coming down the road in that way.
Thank you. And next, I would just like to say thank you and thank you to former Supervisor Warren Slocum to the work that was implemented on Middlefield, according to your report, and the work that we can see. That innovation project is amazing, to have benches where people can plug in their cell phones, the smart trash cans. I still don't understand how those work. And a lot of the other Wi-Fi needs and things of that nature. How are we tracking usage when it comes to the services that we're providing in that Middlefield, North Fair Oaks area?
Well, some of the technology you just described doesn't have the ability for it to regularly be tracked on how often somebody charges their device, or how many people use the smart bus signs to know when their bus is coming. But we do have on the roadmap, once the electricity and PG&E work gets completed on the road, we will be having a digital dashboard, which is what they call a digital twin. So we can see how the road is being utilized from a vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle perspective. We'll be able to see how that road is being used, and more information will come that will help us understand, how the smart parking's been used, who's speeding, that sort of thing. I think those things will be, or who's turning, not speeding, excuse me, who's turning in certain areas of the road. So that can provide information either to the sheriff's office or Public Works in how the road is then managed. So I think there's great opportunities when we get to that part of the project.
Well, thank you. I know that in your notes it said that that region could be the most connected corridor once it's all said and done. So really looking forward to the completion of all the work that's happening there. And then lastly, how is ISD, if we're moving more towards cloud services, I know we're trying to decide which one it's going to be, but if we're moving more towards cloud storage or services, how are you ensuring system redundancy and disaster recovery readiness as we move infrastructure to the cloud services?
Thank you for that question too. It's what we talked about earlier, in that the cloud is generally, when you purchase a service through a cloud provider, they're already backing up those data and replicating them in other areas just because of that disaster recovery. How we manage it locally for our on-prem is we have 2 data center cores, one's in San Mateo and one's here in Redwood City, and they can fail over one to the other depending on what's going on in each location. But there is desire that if there was an issue, our backups are being maintained elsewhere as well. So they're with a different provider somewhere else out of the geographic region, because that's a requirement. You don't keep all of your backups in the same geography just to avoid problems. So I think that, managing all those assets and ensuring the fact that we are able to, stand back up should we need to. I don't like to say what the circumstance would be because that would be jinxing us, but I definitely feel like it's an important perspective to maintain.
Mike, again, thank you so much. I agree with you. Sometimes I have questions that I don't really want to put out there, but we'll ask, what is the greatest cybersecurity threat that you think the county is facing? And just before you even answer that, I want to say thank you for all that you and your staff are doing to keep us protected in this environment where there's so many threats that are happening every day.
Right. Actually, the biggest cybersecurity threat for this county at this time are people. It's the behavior of all of us. It's making sure that we're leveraging the education that we're providing and behaving correctly, not downloading software to your workstation that shouldn't be there, which create holes in our environment, ensuring the fact that you are being careful with emails that come your way, only going to websites you should be going to, being careful about links that you click. All of those things are hugely important. The systems that are in place, which I can go into more detail with each of you in one-on-ones, but the systems that we have implemented are very robust. And, thanks to your support and the county executive support, we've been able to implement some really great cool stuff, I guess I would say, looking at Robert. But definitely, we want to continue to grow the education, and with HR and their new learning management and the work that Robert Connell has done in this area, I think we're going to ensure the fact that county employees have what they need to be safe, and we need to be very cautious and careful about how we behave online.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one last question for you. So the other thing that I've seen trends starting to happen is voice imitation software. I've seen it used. Kids are using everything, right? I've seen kids use it to make like Morgan Freeman commercials and all sorts of things, right? But this board, we all have very sensitive discussions with each other as department heads do via phone calls. And I wonder, is there something, imagine if I had called one of my colleagues and had a sensitive discussion with them this week. They recognized my voice. I asked them a question and they started to tell me what they thought. And yet that could happen.
Okay.
And so is there anything that we can do besides what you see in the movies where it's like, tell me the code word so I know who you are, in order to prevent that potentially from happening?
I like the idea of the code word, but at this moment, I don't have any solution for that. So I'll need to look into that and get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. You had talked earlier about mergers and acquisitions, which equate into additional capital costs. Can you tell me a little bit about what that percentage looks like over a period of years in terms of the increase?
250. As much as 250% on the largest ones. That would be IBM and Broadcom. Yeah.
So let me say that again. That's a very important figure. So can you give me a real example of an acquisition that we've made? I think what was just told by your colleague was that in terms of capital, it's about 250%, correct?
Yes.
What's been our recent acquisition?
Oh, this is we'll talk about the environment that supports our computing infrastructure in our data center, right? VMware. This was acquired by Broadcom. Broadcom acquired it. They immediately, as soon as they acquired it, changed the conditions of their licensing agreement with us and increased the fees 250%. And what did it go to?
From 150,000 to 450.
Yeah, 150,000 to 450,000.
And what you had suggested earlier is that that is sort of the new norm. That is sort of the industry standard relative to, I would assume, software and hardware, correct?
Correct.
All right. We've had, the county executive give us a budget presentation. We see the challenges from the federal and state level. What are your thoughts within your department, understanding that capital is increasing? I see within your, the budget overview, which is ahead of us, you're asking for an increase. No, you're not asking for an increase. That was 24-25. How do you manage your budget with capital costs that continue to increase?
Thank you for that question. It's a tight balance, to be frank. And one of the things that we do is we stay competitive. We don't allow for these costs to just happen in a moment. We have to take an action. The first thing the team does is go and say, wait a minute, that's unfair. Can we talk about it? Can we get there? Is there a way for us to figure that out? Giving us time to then go RFP and be more competitive and not just accept it. We can't just say yes. And believe me, this team makes a lot of conversation with our vendors about you're spending public money. We need to be careful. And why didn't you alert us to this issue? Why are you changing the terms and conditions in the middle of our relationship? And so we're working hard to deal with that. County attorney is supporting us in this area as well. So we're very much interested in going after those companies, but as soon as possible, we RFP. We generally have 5 to 10 RFPs open all the time. So we're constantly doing that. We're negotiating all of our license agreements all the time. Mr. Kanakia here is the guy who likes to make the deals, and we'll call and squeeze them and ask them to give us a break, give us the money that we know is going to be used for people. See, that's the thing that we remember. We're, as a customer service department, we use technology to serve people, but in turn, they are now serving the public. So we know that these dollars that we don't spend go back to program.
Yeah, and I guess, I guess where your dogma, your philosophy, I would assume is, there's an issue of things that we essentially need. There may be things that at this time, because of constraints relative to the budget, and we may have to push off 2 to 3 years because we just can't afford it. I would assume that's how you go forward in terms of your approach, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. We have to be mindful about those things. The things that are important will always bubble to the surface, always.
Now, talk to me a little bit about how many county employees have cell phones?
3,500? 5,200? 5,200.
All right. So we have about 5,200 employees that have county cell phones. Can you provide for me, maybe, what is your name? Harshal, why don't you come on up? And how many, Mr. Callaghan, how many total employees do we have?
6,200.
Over 6,000.
Okay, so we have 6,000 employees, and you're correct on this number. We have over 5,200 of them who have.
They have, yeah, it's a combination of county provided phones and bring your own device. So they're personal phones.
Can you do me help me understand this better? So how many are county provided telephones?
Approximately 3,700.
3,700.
Right.
And first of all, let me thank you for being candid and frank. One of the things that I'd like to do is to really understand, do we know what the total cost of those 3,200 employees are?
The monthly carrier cost, they range between, excuse me, $160,000 between AT&T and Verizon. That's for the monthly plans. And then the cost of the devices range between $500 to $1,000.
Okay, and so what's the total cost if you were to include the capital as well as on an annual basis as well as what we pay
And could
monthly?
you move closer to the mic, please?
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah, we can get that number back to you.
Because if you say, did you say the monthly costs were $160,000?
That is correct.
160,000?
$160,000.
So it's 1.6 million. Maybe I think we're nearing $2 million just on the service component, not on the capital component.
That is correct.
One of the things I'd like to do through the county executive is to understand the cell phones, how they're being used, how they're being deployed, because basically half our organization has cell phones. Now there may be, and this might require a review or insight, there may be some folks who really need the cell phone. Let me give you an example. You, for example, Michael, right? Someone who's in a position, Shruti, sort of emergency response person. But I'd really like to understand through staff sort of, why we're spending this much on cell phones, and then in addition, to bring that back in the September revisions to look at. And the reason I say that is because we're in a different time, in a different paradigm relative to the budget. And I think, not speak for everyone else, but for myself, I think being the steward of the taxpayers' dollars is critically important. So if you can, staff can get back to us on that and provide some insight to that cost and potentially looking at where there are reductions, okay? Of course. So with that, thank you. We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't received any speaker slips in chambers. Mr. Clerk, please proceed on Zoom for public comment.
Thank you. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 3, information services, PowerPoint, please raise your hand on Zoom now. Okay, no hands are raised. So back to you, Mr. President.
Mr. Wentworth, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Our next director or elected official is Controller's Office, Juan Ragosa. Mr. Ragosa.
Well, thank you, President Canepa. Good morning, honorable board members. Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez, and Mr. Mankia. Thank you for this opportunity to present the budget for the Controller's Office. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to present the budget for the Controller's Office.
That's one way.
In summary, our office's mission is to provide quality accounting, audit, and financial reporting services. The proposed budget for the next 2 years will allow us to continue to serve the public well. Total budget sources for the next year remain flat. Budgeted net county cost increased by 9% due to increased salaries and benefits, while requirements or expenditures increased by 6% due to the same. The position count per the slide reflects the recommended budget. However, we have researched and confirmed that the reconciliation of positions had errors and are working to get this corrected in September. Hence, for both budget years, our count is 58, not 59, and also no positions are being added. Some of our priorities for the next 2 years include going live this September with the new accounts payable system and upgrading our property tax system. The accounts payable system will streamline our abilities to process invoices and provide online visibility to the status of invoice payments. The system will not only help departments and our office, it will also help the county's vendors to submit invoices electronically and to track their status online. Upon completing this project, we will focus our efforts to modernize our property tax system. Potential challenges for our team include continuing to update operating procedures to make sure they are current. This will help ensure we can continue to fulfill our responsibilities after turnover of staff and that controls remain effective. Among other activities, temporary double filling, specialized positions, and providing ongoing technical and non-technical training are included in our plans to improve staff's knowledge and skills. Our team participates in various employee engagement activities to improve our experiences at work and the services we provide to customers. We offer and encourage participation in various wellness, training, and recognition events to improve the well-being and productivity of our team. Last year, 91% of us completed a health assessment and developed a wellness improvement plan. For this year, 86% have already earned their wellness dividend. Additionally, for this year, every team member has completed the county's minimum annual training requirements of at least 20 hours. Cross-training, work out of class development, career development opportunities, and encouraging staff to try new roles and to learn new job duties helps people develop professionally while we do our job. Engaged employees generally make for happier and more productive employees, which in turn helps us provide better services to our customers. This next slide highlights some of our operational accomplishments. Last year, our property tax division distributed $3.9 billion of local taxes to local government agencies, which includes our cities, towns, special districts, school districts, and the county. Our audit division continued to review internal controls to improve operations and reduce risk. Our general accounting team prepared the county's annual comprehensive financial statements and the financial highlights reports. Both received the GFOA's, the Government Finance Association's awards for excellence in financial reporting. Receiving these awards demonstrate our adherence to required accounting and financial reporting standards and as to the quality of the work we do. Our system teams continue to administer and improve our financial accounting system in addition to training and supporting its countywide users. The system is up and available for use 99.9% of the time. We also support numerous data integrations across our office's business systems and other department systems throughout the county. Our payroll division, pay period after pay period, continues, pay period after pay period to pay employees in an accurate and timely manner. In calendar year 2024, we issued over 163,000 payroll checks, totaling over $800 million in gross pay. Over 99% of biweekly distributions are issued electronically via direct deposit. And finally, our admin team, in addition to managing our department's budget and other department-wide functions, completed the county's annual cost allocation plan with department's assistance. The cost plan allows the county to maximize eligible centralized administrative support expenses that can be reimbursed to the county via federal and state grants. We also work with departments to prepare the county's annual SB 90 claims to secure reimbursements of approved state-mandated services, as well as the annual single audit report of federal grant expenditures. There are always opportunities to improve things. As shown on this slide, most of our planned improvement activities relate to leveraging technology to better meet our offices and the county's business needs. As mentioned earlier, after going live with the accounts payable system, we will evaluate our property tax system and modernize it so that we can continue to effectively meet our business requirements and improve our business processes. Calculating property tax bill amounts and distributing taxes collected to local agencies is a priority for us. Our audit staff will continue to perform operations and information system audits to improve their internal controls and to reduce the county's operational and financial risk. We also plan to replace our Access database with a new capital assets system to help with required financial accounting and cost reporting functions. The systems division will continue to improve and support our accounting systems reporting capabilities, while our payroll and systems teams will work with HR and ISD to maintain and improve the timekeeping and workday systems. Lastly, we will continue to collaborate with departments to provide systems and accounting training opportunities to the county's fiscal staff. This final slide highlights some of our CARE initiatives. CARE stands for Creating a Remarkable Experience for Customers and Employees. Several CARE initiatives focus on employees since we are primarily an internal service provider. Fostering an environment where people feel welcome, valued, and included helps to increase employee engagement, teamwork, and the quality of the services we provide. I would like to thank our department's Engage team, a department committee led by Jackie Nunes, Ricky Tran, Cindy Matsuyama, and the other members for their work. They are always working to provide us opportunities to increase teamwork, inclusiveness, and awareness via various trainings, presentations, activities, and events, which help us to appreciate and respect our similarities and differences. Our all-staff meetings are one of the avenues we use to acknowledge and recognize the contributions and achievements of individuals and team efforts when it comes to doing our work and providing good services. Before I conclude my presentation, I would like to thank everyone in the office for all the work they do. It is they who take care of the details and make things happen. I would also like to thank our exec team members here in the chambers. They include Assistant Controller Christy Silva, Deputy Controller Kim On Lee, and Department Director of Automation Patrick Enriquez. Thank you. Happy to address any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Ragosa?
I just have one question, one comment. When I was meeting with you before joining the board, you had referenced to me that in terms of when I asked the question, if you had a magic wand, what would you do with it? One of the things you said was to make sure that not only are services over $200,000 reviewed by the board, but also goods. And I took you up on that, and we do have a process, not quite what you had anticipated, but one in which we will review on a quarterly basis the purchases that are made over $100,000, and then a separate one for those over $10,000. So I just wanted to commend you and tell you that I listened hard and took you up on that. The question I have, there's a 9% increase in the net county cost, right?
Correct.
Did I miss what that's about? Because we're talking about reducing county costs by 10%. So yours is going up. Would you explain that to us?
It's all salaries and benefits.
So, but
The increase, not all of it, but most of it is.
Okay, but would the increase for salaries be 10% this year?
Well, it's also a little bit maybe sources were even, but there was other factors included in it. But yeah, I mean that's the number, and it's primarily. I mean there is services and supply, other things, but the bulk of that increase is salaries and benefits. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mankia?
I was just going to state that it's due to the fact that the controller's office is more of a net county cost or general fund department. It doesn't bring in a lot of revenues, which is why the percentage just seems a bit higher. It's just because of the value of the net county cost in the unit, it goes up by quite a bit. You'll see that in a few of these other next presentations because we're mostly general fund.
Yeah, if you notice the requirements or actual expenditures is 6%, not 9%.
Great, thank you so much. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I wanted to express gratitude for your presentation. And one thing that stood out to me that I have prioritized on my team as well is really making sure everyone understands the value of self-care and leveraging the wellness dividend, and not just mentioning it one time, but having regular check-ins to encourage staff to really take advantage of that for both reasons, right? The financial incentive is significant, and also, to actually practice self-care and make time for it and know that that's a welcome and necessary practice at work. And then I also wanted to just ask a question around, I believe, a change in policy that happened recently around reimbursements and having to have reimbursements signed by two executives. I think that, I guess the question is what led to that? Because frankly, I think it creates more bureaucracy and a delay for people to get, for us specifically, to get our reimbursements in a timely fashion, and seems like it's more expensive to do so in the long run.
To be honest, I'm not aware of the change you're talking about.
Okay,
but I could definitely circle back with you and
we'll talk about it
learn a little bit
offline.
more
Sorry
about
to bring it up in this context. It's just you're here and
yeah, no, but definitely, more than happy to talk with you about it. And
thank you.
I just wanted to thank you. So in the time period I've been here, I have taken note of you and your department's work to protect the county finances by implementing more controls. And I've seen it needed. And so I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Supervisor Gaucher.
Same for me. Just thank you for all the work that you do. I'm just looking at your contingencies and department reserves. You're currently at 2%. What is the plan, or what are your thoughts for getting to 4% in the next 4 or 5 years?
I'm pretty sure that we're not at 2%. I believe it's a little bit higher than that. Robert, do you have those numbers? No?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I believe you're a little higher than 2%.
How much? We have a lot more than 4%. Yes. No, I'm sure we have a lot more than 4%. And I can get back to you, Supervisor, on that.
All right, thank you. But other than that, thank you for the work.
Thank you so much, Juan. Can you talk a little bit about where we're at relative to the property tax expenditure you had mentioned earlier in your slide?
Property tax expenditure?
Yeah.
You mean property tax system?
Correct. Yeah. Where are we at relative to that now?
Well, right now we're focusing on the accounts payable system, so it's pretty much all hands on deck. We're going live September 15, and we're starting the testing, making sure that it meets the needs of the county. So once we finish going live with that, there'll be some support afterwards and training and so forth. So then we'll really refocus our efforts on evaluating our current system and its strengths and weaknesses, and what we need to make sure that we have a good system that we can use long term.
I understand. What cost are we looking at, or projected cost?
The projected cost right now, I don't know until we actually go out and do an RFP and find out what the software and implementation will cost. But a while back, we did do we started the process, and we did go through an RFP process, and I believe it was close to like $15 or $17 million.
Got it.
So it's a substantial investment.
President Canepa, we have put aside $17 million for that project.
Okay, so
already.
we have the $17 million
It's put aside, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Let me ask you, outside of that, in terms of costs, what do you, in terms of capital, are there any other things that you see the department looking at in the next 2 to 3 years that are, expensive? But not expensive, but necessary. I'm just curious. And the reason I'm asking you this is obviously, I'm really trying to be focused on the position of the county financially. And I want to make sure as we move forward that, we do it in such a way where there are going to be some tough decisions that we may have to make as a board. Do you see any other large capital items in the next 2 to 3 years, next 2 to 5 years that may be coming before the board that aren't funded already?
From my perspective and from the work that we do in our office, other than the property tax system, I don't anticipate any significant investments in the future, in the near future at least. We have a good HR payroll system, a good timekeeping system, a good financial system. I mean, those are our big countywide systems. Property tax is the only one where we do need to modernize it. It does the back end does have some old technology that needs to be either updated or somehow improved. So that's pretty much it.
Great. And my understanding through your office is that you've been extraordinarily helpful not only for the county but for other agencies around audits. Can you speak? What's the percentage of the audits that are conducted that are external as opposed to internal, or is it all done internal?
Our internal audit division does internal audits.
Okay, so
yes, we don't do external audits.
All right, that's excellent. Finally, how do we get lean? How does your organization get lean in terms of the budget in the next 2 or 3 years? Where do you see those opportunities?
Well, we are a firm believer in leveraging technology to increase efficiency and effectiveness, and then also making sure that we have good operating procedures. How you do the work could make a big difference in terms of how much effort you need to put into doing something, and also reduce bottlenecks so that you can do the work quicker and more efficiently.
Wonderful. We've had several departments come before us today and talk about how they're using artificial intelligence and AI for efficiency. Have you lent any thought to, or maybe you may be doing something now, to what that may look like in your organization, your team?
Yeah. Well, actually, I do have a prepared response for that because I was listening to the other presentations. So yeah, we will soon be using AI capabilities to extract data from invoice documents and to analyze invoice transactions. For example, the new AP system, without needing custom templates, will use AI to scan PDF invoice documents and extract required data to create a payment request transaction that can then be reviewed and approved online. This will reduce manual data entry and associated errors. the new system will also use AI to identify and use, basically to look at historical data and data coming in to look for anomalies. So to that end, the system will identify, for example, the use of inconsistent or unusual invoice numbers. For example, if a given invoice uses an invoice number that includes 9 digits, when such vendor historically only uses 7 digits and for their invoice number, the AI will flag that transaction for further review. So those are 2 examples of how, and this is the first time we'll be using AI in any of the tools or systems or that we use in our office.
Great job, Juan. Can we have public comment?
Sure, Mr. President. I haven't received any speaker cards from chambers. Mr. Clerk, if you can proceed with public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 4, Controller's presentation, please raise your hand on Zoom now. Okay, no hands are raised. Back to you, Mr. President.
Supervisor Spear.
One last question, since you were listening to all the other ones. Do you have any remote workers?
Yes. Let me give you my prepared comments, which is really short. More than a third of our employees work in the office every day. Most other staff work on site at least 3 days per week, while most managers work on site 4 to 5 days a week. Schedules are based on the nature and type of work that individuals do.
Okay, so 1/3 are full-time, and then you said?
Most of the other staff works at least 3 days a week.
3 days a week.
And most managers work 4 or 5 days a week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't mention this before, but we will have a special meeting that will take place after the regular board meeting. The agenda for the special meeting reflects an 11 a.m. start, but we're going to go through our department. So thank you, Mr. Ragosa. Now,
Thank you.
let me introduce Mr. Church. Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Church. We're almost.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the board. It's my pleasure to present our budget for the office of the Assessor, County Clerk Recorder, and Elections for fiscal years 2025-27. I know it's been a long 3 days for you, so I'll try to make this as painless as possible. We are an award-winning department, as you know, having received 22 awards at the international, national, and local levels in recent years for outstanding innovation and excellent public service. We're very proud of those awards. They are really a testament to the hard work and dedication of our staff. Our motto and mission statement, our motto, People First, defines who we are as an organization, and it really guides us in everything we do. Our services touch the lives of virtually every person in this county, whether they're getting married, starting a family, buying a home, opening a business, or voting, they will come in contact with our office. We're the largest consolidated department in the state of California providing the services we provide, and we take great pride in exemplifying good government. Our constitutional responsibility includes the accurate and uniform valuation of all land, improvements, and businesses in the county. We are responsible, as you know, for conducting transparent and accurate elections, which are the foundation of our democracy. We are responsible for maintaining accurate public records of all recorded transactions related to people and property, which safeguards individual legal rights. Our total sources have decreased from approximately $5.7 million, or 26%, from fiscal year 24-25 revised budget to the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. This is primarily due to the removal of one-time election reimbursements of $4.4 million and the removal of $1.3 million for the clerk recorder preservation of historical documents allocation. These total requirements have decreased by about $3.3 million, or 7.7%, from fiscal year 24-25 revised budget to the 25-26 recommended budget. Total positions have remained constant at 167. In fiscal year 25-27, significant budget changes are the result of operational expenditures of approximately $7.5 million for the upcoming June 2, 2026 statewide direct primary election, and $5.5 million for the statewide general election, for a total of approximately $13.1 million over the next 2 years. The major priorities of our department include managing the assessment role, conducting the 2026 statewide primary and general elections, and organizational change management. Our first priority, the timely closing of the assessment role, is a constitutional responsibility. This is of the utmost importance since the revenue generated from the valuations of our office is the largest source of discretionary funding for the county and the various jurisdictions within the county. San Mateo County has always closed the assessment roll timely, and we will do so once again next week. This is a significant achievement and a testament to our hardworking staff. It is important to note that not all counties in the state timely close their assessment rolls. In fact, typically there's a quarter to 1/3 of the counties that do not close their rolls timely, and the failure to do so, of course, results in delays in collecting revenue. Next week on June 30, I will be signing the certification for the close of the 25-26 assessment roll and submitting the results to the Board of Equalization. San Mateo County has the 8th largest assessment roll among California's 58 counties and manages one of the most diverse and complex assessment rolls in the state. We're projecting a record high of $340.64 billion for the 25-26 assessment roll. That reflects a 4.6% increase, or $15 billion increase over last year's roll. The 4.6% increase is slightly below last year's roll growth of, of 5.75%. This slide shows the trend line for the assessment roll growth in dollar amounts in the billions and the corresponding percentage increase for each year since 2010. Over the last 14 assessment rolls from 2011 to 2024, the average percentage increase is 6.46%. And the range is from a low of 1.1% in 2011, coming out of the Great Recession, to a high of 8.3% in 2022 due to increased sales activity and construction coming out of the pandemic. The factors driving this year's roll increase are new construction and changes in ownership, which equal about $9 billion, or 57% of this year's roll increase. and the annual 2% CPI increase, which amounts to $6 billion, or 40% of the roll increase. This chart shows major new construction consisting of 80,000 square feet or more. New commercial development currently under construction is slightly more than 2 years ago. Today we have 15 million square feet under construction, which is more than the 11 million square feet under construction 2 years ago. However, the amount of proposed new construction currently under review has decreased. 2 years ago, there were 44 million square feet of proposed new construction under review, and today that amount is 33 million square feet of proposed new construction. But entitled projects, those which are authorized to move forward, have increased. Currently, we have 19 million square feet of entitled projects. That's about 6 million more than we had 2 years ago. In total, we have over 99 million square feet of major construction in the pipeline, either proposed, entitled, or under construction. The decrease from 2 years ago of 10 million square feet of proposed new construction is an indicator that the construction financing has dried up, and the increase from 2 years ago of 4 million square feet of new development that is under construction is an indicator that developers who have commenced construction are committed to finishing their projects. When the market value of a property falls below its Prop 13 factored base year value, the taxpayer may apply for a decline in value under Proposition 8. This is more likely to occur with recent property purchases where the Prop 13 factored base year value is still relatively high, but shortly after the purchase, there is a decline in the economy. As you can see from this graph, current market conditions have resulted in a decrease in decline in value reviews from 11,000 last year to 7,500 this year. As property values are restored to their original Prop 13 factored base year value, they will drop off of this chart. So from the 3,500 properties that dropped off this chart from the 11,000 last year to 7,500 this year, approximately $552 million of assessed value has been restored to the roll this year. One of the highest priorities is the administration of impartial, transparent, and accurate elections, which goes to the very foundation of our democracy. The June 2026 election will serve over 440,000 registered voters, encompass 100 unique ballot styles across multiple languages, and include contests for statewide and local offices. The November 26th election is projected to serve 445,000 registered voters with 175 ballot styles in 4 languages for a total of 700 different ballot styles, reflecting the sheer magnitude and complexity of this election. We anticipate hiring over 1,000 election workers to ensure that the election is conducted smoothly and accurately. Our citizen advisory committees ensure active voter engagement, which is fundamental to the success of every election. Our Voting Accessibility Advisory Committee ensures that everyone can vote independently and privately. regardless of disability. Our Language Accessibility Advisory Committee makes voting accessible to voters in language minority communities, and our Voter Education and Outreach Committee educates voters in low turnout neighborhoods about the electoral process. I am pleased to announce that this past spring we have launched a fourth advisory committee, and that is the Youth Voting Advisory Committee. The mission of this committee is to improve youth participation in the electoral process through focused efforts on voter registration, pre-registration, and civic engagement. The YVAC consists of 63 committee members from public and private high schools throughout San Mateo County. These students are working together to develop a comprehensive action plan aimed at expanding youth involvement in the upcoming elections. And I'm proud to say that we are not only the first and only county in the state, but it appears that we are the first and only county in the nation to have a formal youth voting advisory committee composed of high school students that directly assist the elections office in educating and engaging young voters. New technologies like AI and APAS are transforming how we work and how we deliver services to the public, and they require a rethinking of roles, workflows, and business processes. Adapting to these new technologies and operating them efficiently will most likely result in a shift from some lower-level skill sets to more highly skilled positions with an emphasis on data analytics. A qualified organizational change management consultant will be engaged to assess the impacts of these new technologies and recommend training for staff to learn new skill sets and reclassification of existing positions where necessary. ACRE remains committed to preserving the workforce in accordance with the board's resolutions and intends to use its vacant positions for the creation of these new classifications, thereby ensuring no current staff are displaced. We have many challenges, but these three were identified as some of the most significant. One, managing the growing volume of assessment appeals due to economic conditions. Secondly, meeting legislative mandates, such as AB 1466 on restrictive covenants, and last, addressing the Presidential Executive Order on elections and the SAVE Act. Managing assessment appeals and defending our assessed value at risk before the Assessment Appeals Board and the courts continues to be one of our most important challenges. There are approximately 2,507 assessment appeals before the AAB, with assessed real value at risk of approximately $73.4 billion. A major portion of our assessed value at risk, approximately 61%, is attributable to assessment appeals filed by Genentech and the airlines industry. Genentech assessment appeals equal approximately $35 billion, or nearly 48% of the total value at risk, while the airlines appeals at approximately $9.6 billion equals approximately 13% of the total value at risk. Property tax appeals are technically complex and they require substantial amounts of time from experienced senior appraisal staff members. Over the past 10 years, staff have successfully defended approximately 95% of the assessed value at risk before the Assessment Appeals Board, and County Council has done an outstanding job in defending our valuations every step of the way. So congratulations to them as well. A notable achievement in defending the county's assessed value at risk is the United Airlines appeals, which challenged valuation of its fleet and the taxability of embedded software. In the United Airlines appeals, United Airlines saw the reduction of approximately $883 million of the assessor's enrolled value of $6.3 billion. The AAB upheld the assessor's enrolled value, preserving $883 million of assessment roll value. This ruling was a major win and set a significant precedent for aircraft valuations throughout the state. Assembly Bill 1466 mandates the county to remove unlawfully restrictive language contained in our land records. Our office has developed a restrictive covenant implementation plan, which includes reviewing and redacting language contained in over 25 million official records. New developments in the use of artificial intelligence using open language models that detect and remove unlawful covenants will substantially expedite the redaction process and result in savings of taxpayers' dollars. This year, we will be selecting a vendor to begin the removal of discriminatory language from our recorded deeds. On March 25, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order expanding federal authority over elections and imposing new mandates on states. The order requires voters to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship before registering, creating potential barriers to the participation of voters who do not have access to the required documentation. If such a change were ever to be implemented, it would result in increased administrative burdens on the elections office. The order also requires all ballots to be received by the elections office on or before Election Day in order to be counted. This is contrary to the Voters' Choice Act, which allows ballots received within 7 days after Election Day to be counted. If this change were ever to be implemented, it would likely lead to voter confusion and disenfranchisement for voters who have become accustomed to mailing their ballots on Election Day. Multiple states and advocacy groups, including California, have filed lawsuits challenging the order. And as you know, the Federal District Court in Massachusetts has stayed enforcement of the executive order. In addition, the House of Representatives passed the SAVE Act on April 10, which includes similar provisions, and that bill has now moved to the Senate. ACRE has implemented several cutting-edge technology initiatives that have significantly enhanced our organizational efficiency and productivity. The Assessor Property Assessment System, known as APAS, is one of our most notable technological achievements, resulting in increased productivity and operational efficiencies in the management of our assessment role. It is recognized as one of the most technologically advanced assessment role management systems in the state. The system operates on a cloud-based Salesforce platform and is integrated on one of the securest cloud infrastructure providers, Amazon Web Services. Unlike Easy Access, our previous system, APAS is scalable, configurable, and updated 3 times a year to ensure it is secure and current, resulting in substantial cost savings to the taxpayers. Residential and commercial property AI applications will significantly reduce the time and effort required to complete accurate and timely assessments. AI applications enable appraisers to rapidly analyze large databases and determine property values based on key variables such as location, condition, square footage, and other characteristics. Cyber malware and ransomware attacks on the nation's critical infrastructure, including elections, have increased in sophistication and continue to be a major challenge. Reductions in federal funding for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, and the Election Information Sharing and Analysis Center, known as ISAC, will result in a decrease in the sharing of critical information regarding cybersecurity threats. Fortunately, ACRE and ISD have established an aggressive cybersecurity program with our national partners, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, the state, the Secretary of State's office, and local partnerships to monitor and address these potential threats. And we have also engaged a cybersecurity consultant to perform regular reviews, tabletop exercises, and cyber hygiene audits of our systems. So that concludes my report, and with that, I'd like to just take a moment and thank all the dedicated men and women of the department who work hard every day and to serve the people of San Mateo County. And I also want to take a moment to thank this board. I truly appreciate how hard each one of you work. I know what it's like, and I admire and respect your hard efforts. I look forward to continuing to work together in the upcoming year to continue to provide the very best service to the people of this county. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Church? I see Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, I just wanted to recognize that the time you've put into not just sharing this information, but I would say personally educating many of us, definitely me, in terms of not only what your office does, but how that's an asset and a very necessary part of our county's basic functions. And I never thought that I would be so intrigued by assessment appeals. But I want to thank you and the county attorney's office for really lifting that up and successfully fighting many of those appeals and bringing back funds to the county. I recognize that not all of those challenges or defenses on our behalf have been successful, but I'm hopeful that we'll keep up the good fight, and was wondering if you wanted to talk a little bit about how you've integrated feedback from the citizen advisory committees that you talked about.
Yes, certainly. I'm sorry, your question is to talk a little bit about the new committee?
Well, all of the committees, how you integrate their feedback into the work.
Well, we meet regularly with all the committees, and staff, they present their recommendations and findings, and we evaluate those on a regular basis and implement most of their recommendations. All of the committees have done an outstanding job in assisting us in improving communications with our communities, particularly targeting those neighborhoods that have low voter turnout, as well as language minority communities. And our election materials are in multilingual, and we have excuse me, multilingual staff available to answer questions, but they have the committees have really been dedicated and outstanding and provided good recommendations. We're very excited about our new committee, the first in the state, and it appears the first in the nation, the YVAC. The studies show that when kids are involved at an early age, that they are more likely to be committed and to be involved in the community and involved in the electoral process throughout their adult lives. So we're very excited about that, and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to shout out some of your other committees, the language, I mean, you talked about them, but Language Accessibility Advisory Committee, Voter Education and Outreach Advisory Committee, and I know that they're all on your website and would encourage all county staff to refer interested community members to apply and participate in those ways. But thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for paving the way for youth to have their voices more represented in the public process. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corso.
Supervisor Mueller.
I just wanted to make a comment. So I'm just incredibly appreciative for your office's work. There is so much, and both on the assessment appeal side, where there is so much litigation taking place that is so vital to the county in terms of the resources that come in, and then also on the election side, and you just very, very grateful, very appreciative for you being there, especially looking at the forecast of what's coming in front of us from an economic standpoint. It's just a great relief to know that we have your expertise there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was impressed to find out that the office that you hold has the greatest combination of county offices subsumed in it in the country. Is that what you said?
No, in the state.
In the state?
Yeah.
Okay.
Largest consolidated department in the state, providing the services that we provide.
Well, I mean, that happened in part because the voters allowed for that to happen at least a decade or so ago. But it shows that many of those services are well positioned to be under the administration of one office. The assessment appeals continues to concern me, and I think it probably concerns all of us. But how many of these appeals then go to Superior Court?
Actually, I don't have that exact figure, but not all appeals go to Superior Court. I can get that number for you.
I presume the ones that go to Superior Court are the corporate ones that
They
have
are typically the corporate ones.
the ability to fund them.
Exactly. The residential ones typically get resolved at the AAB.
I was just going to note we can work with Mr. Church on that, but my sense is a very small number relative to the number of appeals that are filed. But we can certainly help to track that down.
And in the case of Genentech, these appeals started back in 2005. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they're still ongoing?
They are ongoing for a number of reasons. As I had mentioned previously, just the nature of the very litigation itself, some of these matters cannot be resolved until the earlier appeals are resolved. So that contributes to the delay. And the appeals are not just legally complex, they're factually complex. Most of these appeals involve business personal property and fixtures and the depreciation schedule that will be used. And there, as I mentioned previously in conversations we've had, there are over 1,000 pieces of equipment that need to be categorized under the Revenue and Taxation Code, and then the cost identified with each piece of equipment needs to be identified. It's just factually and legally complex. And then, in addition to that, of course, we had a hearing that was 13 days back in 2014, and then it was 2 years, 2016, before we got the decision. And then Genentech's counsel waited till the last day of the statute of limitations, the one-year statute, to file an appeal. All of those factors come together. Not to mention the fact that we have our constitutional responsibility to annually close the roll in a timely manner, which has to take precedence over the litigation. That has to be then held in abeyance. The close of the roll depends on senior experienced staff, and they're the same ones that assist counsel in providing testimony and litigating these matters. So, and then opposing counsel has a busy schedule throughout the state. We're not the only county where he files these appeals, as you might imagine. So there are conflicts with his schedule. All of those factors come together.
Are they required to pay the property tax that you have identified pending these appeals, or can they hold it in abeyance?
Well, everyone is required to pay the property tax, and then they put in for refunds later.
So if they were successful on any level dating back to 2005, that could be a serious hit.
Well, the refunds have, and as I provided the list of refunds that we've done over the years, we've had numerous successful results with over 100%, and additional charges to the taxpayer, with Genentech. But we've had some significant refunds as well. So it's gone both ways.
And which ones have been refunds?
Pardon me?
Do you recall any of the refunds?
Well, I submitted a table
Is it in here?
to you, and the refunds are all in the table. And I'm happy to provide this chart, if you
All right.
recall.
Thank you.
To all of you.
How many vacancies do you have in the office right now?
We have 32 vacancies in the office.
It's a fairly high number, isn't it?
It is. It is. We have 167 staff, so it is high. We're sort of in a transformational stage right now with all our new technology. We're in the process of evaluating the impact of our new technologies on our workforce and our workflows. So our organization is undergoing transformational change due to AI, due to APAS, and this change relates to how we work and how we deliver services to the public. And as part of that change, we're going to be restructuring our workflows and our staff responsibilities.
I see. Okay.
So, and that as part of that, we will have a OCM study, and I believe the operations will be streamlined and more efficient than they are now once that restructuring is done. As I mentioned, our goal is not to displace anyone, but rather to give them opportunities to be retrained and learn new skill sets so they can advance within the organization.
That's appropriate. Thank you.
Mhm.
How many employees work in the office full-time?
Virtually all of them. We have about 7% that are working remotely, 93% in the office full-time, and the 7% are working in accordance with our remote work policy. We only allow it in very limited circumstances, and that is in emergency situations such as the pandemic or on special projects. These people are working on a special project. They're working on our APAS system, building in certain enhancements to the system, correcting some deficiencies, but they are in the office 3 days a week, yeah, and they're out 2 days a week, only for that limited group. I might add, we were the first department, I think one of the first departments, I should say, when COVID hit, to move to the remote work, but we were one of the first departments to remobilize and bring people back after COVID. But it took 27 meet and confirm meetings before we were able to implement our remobilization plan.
Okay, last question. These assessment appeals that move to the Superior Court, do you feel, I know you've got phenomenal staff and the county council has phenomenal staff, but is there any need for an expert in assessment appeals to be contracted with to assist? There's so much money at stake.
We retain, county council retains experts to testify, as was the case in the United Airlines case, and the experts do a great job. So we do retain experts in the course of the legal proceedings. I don't know if council wants to add anything.
Do you need any additional?
Thank you, Mr. Church. Supervisor, yeah, I think Mr. Church is absolutely right. We've been very, very open and very successful in locating subject matter experts to help us, whether it's with respect to Genentech. We've oftentimes retained experts who can help us with things like lifing studies or kind of industry-specific stuff. And we did similar with respect to the United Airlines embedded software appeals. And I feel like our staff is very well positioned and very familiar with the legal sort of framework that applies in the context of assessment appeals and, frankly, the appeals to the Superior Court. And frankly, just a note, the Genentech matter actually went all the way up to the Court of Appeal, and we dealt with that internally. But to be clear, we're always very open to coming and securing additional legal sort of expertise when we need it. So we're always focused on those kinds of things. And there might be a case down the road where that would be an appropriate thing, and we would certainly raise it at that time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
So much. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yeah, thank you so much for the report. I do wanted to just point out AB 1466. I know my office has reached out to collaborate on this because this is something that is extremely important to us. So if you can keep us informed as to how this is progressing and how we can partner on this, we definitely want to track the efforts and make sure that we are doing what we can when it comes to the restricted covenant work in a lot of our documentation.
Absolutely. We'll keep you informed.
Yeah, and we probably should schedule a meeting so that I could just understand further what is happening and understand the timeline as well.
Sure. We're happy
Mark,
to do
can you
that.
also, thank you. Can you talk about how the real estate trends, like commercial vacancies and housing conversions, are affecting assessed value projections? Are you seeing that there's been a big change, or how is that impacting your projections?
There is a vacancy rate right now of about 22% in office buildings in San Mateo County. We are, of course, much lower than San Francisco. Some of the new construction, we're seeing mixed-use development. On the office side, they are leaving the construction in a shell and waiting to see how things turn out, keeping some flexibility and to change to residential. And some office constructions have changed from office to residential. There's more of a demand now for the residential than has been for the office. Life science continues to be moving forward. Construction of life science buildings. There's been a little bit of a slowing, but fortunately, things have progressed fairly well. Things are moving forward. But no doubt there has been some slowing in the office segment of new construction.
Thank you. And I think I'd like to look into vacancy ways to I know in East Palo Alto, we had a vacancy rate, or where we charged if people just left buildings vacant for a very long time. How do we make sure that that doesn't happen? And I know that we've had a lot of life science buildings built and they remain and they sit empty. I don't know how the county benefits from that, but how do we encourage if you're building that we're utilizing these buildings in some capacity as well? So again, we'll schedule some time to meet with you in your office.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Church. You had addressed the issue around the mail-in ballot. Can you talk about your work to really sort of protect our democracy relative to mail-in ballots? My understanding is that we were the first in the state, and we were able, as a board, through your office, to move forward on an amicus brief. Can you speak to that a little?
Yes, happy to do so. Thank you, President Canepa. We were the first in the state. Back in 2015, we conducted a pilot program for the first in the state to do an all-mail ballot election in a local consolidated election. And the bill required us to have the unanimous consent of all jurisdictions participating in that election in order to move forward with it. We moved, just to put this in historical context, from the traditional polling place model where we had precincts. You had to vote in your precinct with a ballot designated for your precinct before. But with the all-mail ballot vote center election model, we have vote centers located throughout the county, and you are not confined to voting in where you live. If you live in the north end of the county and you work in Redwood City, you can vote at the vote center here. We will have the ballot designed for your particular area where you live. But that is the all-mail ballot vote center program that we implemented, pilot program back in 2015. All 30 jurisdictions that participated agreed. It wasn't easy. There were a few holdouts near the end, but finally everyone agreed to do it. And the program was successful. And it resulted in a larger voter turnout than we would have typically with just a traditional polling place model. And as a result of that successful pilot program, the Voters' Choice Act was proposed and implemented the following year, which provides for this new way of voting. As part of the pilot program, we wrote a report, provided it to the state legislature, to the governor, and I testified in the legislature a couple of times on the success of the program and on the Voters' Choice Act. It passed, and that's the law in California. The danger of, and now a number of jurisdictions, it's voluntary, but a number of counties are participating in this method of voting, which is much more easy and convenient. Before, you could not get a ballot unless you were out of the county at the time. Now everyone gets a ballot. It's labor intensive, but I think it has made the voting process much easier and more convenient for the voters.
You know, you've really, over a number of years, you've really operated with less, right? So you have the clerk's office, you have elections, you have assessors. Leading this department, how have you been able to run it so efficiently, and what best practices, you know, as we're moving into challenging times, I'm just curious to learn from you on sort of your philosophy, your dogma. How has the office been able to do more with less?
Well, my philosophy basically is summed up in, when you're confronted with a difficult decision, is what is the right thing to do? And it's as simple as that. What is the right thing to do for the people of the county that we serve? And it really just boils down to that. I am fortunate to have excellent staff who really work hard. My executive team, all of them work extremely hard. My assistant, Jimmy Rosari, and Randy Mellon, my IT director, and my new budget manager, Jimmy Chu, has joined us here today. The executive team, line level staff, there are a lot of moving parts in this organization, but somehow everything seems to come together and we get the job done.
And finally, you know, Supervisor Spear had, we talked about the assessment appeals and that number. It's a great number over a number of years. Do you think within the current framework on the appeals process, is that standardized throughout the state, or could there be changes within the existing structure that could help us potentially ascertain those dollars, or is this just something that's mandated by the state? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, a lot of it is set by law, and the overall process is set by law. But the actual, some of the procedures can be changed For example, on residential appeals, they go before the entire AAB. On some of the simpler residential appeals, there are alternatives that other counties utilize. It's an informal group of that has been designated to hear, or one person or more than one person, to alleviate the impact of the heavy caseload on the AAB. And so some of the more minor appeals are given to sort of they're an administrative agency, but another administrative agency to assist in the process. And so there are other options that can be explored with the AAB. We're happy to assist them in that effort.
You know, and through the county attorney's office and through, through Mr. Church, I'd love to see sort of what those alternatives are and opportunities working through your office. I'll have a conversation with Mr. Niblin about that. But I think that's critically important. Finally, just want to thank you. This has been our 9th year together. You've always been direct. You've always been straightforward, and just want to thank you for all you do. And so with that,
thank you, President Canapa.
You got it. With that, we'll see. And I know there's a lot of people waiting, Mark, for public comment. I just have this feeling. Do we have any public comment?
You were right, Mr. President. We don't have any speakers coming forth or comment cards from chambers, but we do have some on Zoom. Mr. Clerk, if you can proceed for comments for item 5.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 5, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, and Elections Office presentation, please do raise your hand. And I'll just make a final call now for folks to raise your hand. Okay, our first and last speaker will be Carlisle and Young. Ms. Young, please proceed.
Thank you. It was interesting to hear your entire presentation. I wanted to especially thank you for being the first county to start with the vote by mail only ballots. And I used to be a poll worker many years ago, and it was a really long day. But the older I get, the more I appreciate that mail-in ballot that arrives at my house, and I can take my time to look it over. And then sometimes I drive it over and put it right in the ballot box at Tower Road, and sometimes I take it to the polling station over at the airport in Half Moon Bay and drop it in there. I don't like to mail it just because I don't really trust the Postal Service, especially after Donald Trump messed up the Postal Service at one point. But it saves the county money too, I believe. I know we're not allowed to ask you questions about that, but you didn't specifically bring that up. I think it saves the county a lot of money to process vote by mail only ballots. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Young. And that's end of public comment, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Church. And with that, we will adjourn for lunch. We'll be back at about, let's call it 1:30.
Mr. President, I do want to thank Mr. Callagy for his support and the support of his staff. They have been really very helpful to our office in ensuring a smooth operation. And Mr. Manchia, on the budget, thank you very much for your assistance, Ms. Rodriguez, and of course, Mr. Niblin, County Council. They just do a phenomenal job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me amend my comments, and thank you, Mr. Church. We will meet back at about 1:10, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. The time is now 12:47 a.m., and the board is recessing for lunch.
All right.
Okay, Mr. President, we can start in about 30 seconds.
Okay.
And the time is now 1:13 p.m., and we also have Supervisor Lisa Gaucher on the line, and all supervisors are present.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. County Attorney's Office, John Niblin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to endeavor to be brief.
Mr. President, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me again? Hello?
Test.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Suki?
1 second. Let me just see what's happening. I lost my screen here. Apologies. Can you hear now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. The time is now 1:14 p.m. and we have all supervisors present with Supervisor Gaucher on Zoom.
All right, wonderful. County Attorney's Office, item 6, John Niblin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I was saying a second ago, I'm going to try to be brief. Owing to the nature of my position, I have the privilege of talking to you all pretty regularly. And I know the county executive, we probably talk more than I talk to my kids. So I think that, a lot of what I'd be putting out here is stuff that perhaps I've had a chance to share with you on the future, or in the past, rather. Want to start with my mission. There's a lot, or the departmental mission. There's a lot there, and I'm not going to read all of it, but I want to kind of highlight as the key point that we are here as the County Attorney's Office to provide usable, accurate, and timely legal advice to support and facilitate the work of our public agency clients. As I've talked to my colleagues, articulated the vision that we be sort of the legal provider of choice. And by that, I mean that I'd want every one of our client interactions to be of a nature that our clients would choose us even if they had the opportunity to choose someone else. So that's really kind of our guiding principle as we go about trying to carry out this mission of ours. On the county side, our clients include, of course, the Board of Supervisors, the County Executive's Office, county department heads, both elected and appointed. And we also endeavor to provide the same high level of legal service for our other local agencies in the county, including notably school districts, the County Office of Education, and the County Superintendent of Schools. We've had a very, very long history of working with those agencies. And I think over the course of my career, I've had an opportunity to work with every school district in the county at one point or another. And my colleagues, I think, have provided really fantastic service over the course of many years to our school districts. We also represent other agencies, including the Local Agency Formation Commission, the LAFCO, the CCAG, which is the City County Association of Government, Peninsula Clean Energy, One Shoreline, San Mateo County Express Lanes, JPA, and a number of other agencies as well. So we have a broad range of clients here in the county for whom we perform the work that we do. I'm going to cut to the numbers immediately. I think one of the things that is notable is you'll see a large increase in the net county costs. I think that this is attributable to a number of things: the number of attorneys on staff, and the number of support staff. We are at 52 now. And that is an increase. And the largest part of our budget is personnel. Probably in the sort of the nature of 85 to 90% of our budget is for personnel. So when we bring additional people on, it does increase our net county cost. Something that has not grown, in the ways that it has grown in the past is our billing, sort of our revenue from other sources. So we don't have. We've seen a drop off to a certain extent in income from school districts and other, frankly, internal county clients. I think some of this stuff is cyclical. Some of the work that we do, for example, for some of the agencies that historically have paid us is dropped off some. So, and we've held billing rates steady over the course of many years, notwithstanding kind of some of our increased costs. And we're looking to adjust that so that we can get to a place where we're in better balance. And we are certainly thinking of ways to make economies, including looking at sort of the money that we spend for things like continuing legal education, the conferences that we go to. But frankly, we don't have a lot of expenses separate and distinct from personnel. So insofar as we make adjustments in the future, I think inevitably, if they're going to be material, are going to have to involve looking at our staff size. So our priorities are, simply put, the board's priorities, or the county executive's priorities, or our department clients' priorities. We just stay focused again on ensuring that we have legal services available for the changes that come up with respect to priorities. And one of the things that I know we're spending a lot of time right now on, and Rebecca Archer, in particular in my office, has really helped to coordinate all this because of the new administration in Washington, D.C. We are focused on a lot of different changes in priorities at the federal level and a lot of changes in focus there. And we're trying our best to stay abreast of those sorts of things and how those sorts of things will impact our operations here at the county. So that is something I anticipate will keep us very busy over the course of the next year, probably longer. The board has articulated many times, and we've heard loud and clear, that housing, affordable housing in particular, homelessness are things that we need to be very focused on, and we need to be prepared to provide legal services to facilitate the work that we're doing to try to move the needle on all of that. So that's, again, a major focus of our office, and we have a lot of attorneys who are engaged in that work. To state something obvious, we're spending a lot of time and have spent a lot of time with respect to Measure A and the charter amendment and work related to all of that, and just ensuring that we are positioned to move forward the board's work in that area, and frankly in a position to ensure that the sheriff receives the legal services that she's entitled to in a way that meets legal standards and professional responsibilities. I've sat in a lot of meetings where VLF, vehicle license fee revenue, and return to ERAF has been a particular focus, and so we are very, very attentive to the legal work we need to do in that area, and we have what I think are probably the statewide experts on all of this in our office, and working in collaboration with people in the county executive's office who are very informed on all of this. Human trafficking is something that members of the board have touched on recently, and it's something that we are prepared to do whatever we need to do on our end. I know a lot of this is in the district attorneys and in law enforcement's court, but insofar as there's anything on the civil side, we'll be prepared to support all that. Procurement has been a particular focus. Supervisor Spear earlier today talked about some of the focus that she's wanted us to afford to procurement, and the county executive has been very clear as well that getting stronger and better, more accountable, more transparent in this area is something that we need to do, and we're prepared to provide the legal support for that. Workforce protections and labor standards enforcement. This is an area that we're really excited to be involved in, and we've built legal capacity in this area, and we're going to continue to evolve and strengthen our legal capacity. Some of the challenges that we're dealing with, recruitment, retention of top legal talent while we compete with the private sector. So this has been a perennial issue. The district attorney was talking about similar issues he's had in this area. We've been very fortunate when we go out to recruit. It's my position that we only need to find that one great candidate. But in years past, we would get sometimes 100 applications for the one vacancy that we had. And we don't get those kinds of numbers anymore. We continue to get really, really fantastic candidates, and we've been fortunate to join really great people to our team. But just sort of making clear and communicating, and perhaps generating ambassadors who can go out and talk about the great work we do here, and the legal services that we provide in our office. So that's been a real challenge that we've stayed focused on, and keeping pace with increased volume and complexity of the legal work that we do in this hybrid and 24/7 legal environment. And that's not just us who are hybrid. I'll say a few more things about that. It's our clients as well. And, making sure that we have our, sort of self set up in such a way that we can support clients no matter when and how they want to be supported, whether they want to be supported by text, by Teams, by email, by telephone, or maybe even a face-to-face meeting, so that we're prepared to deliver services in the ways our clients want to have those services delivered. We, are really focused as well on creating career advancement pathways. I mean, one of the things that we got back by way of feedback in the client engagement surveys is sort of this concern on the part of some of our colleagues that we don't have as many career advancement pathways as they would like to see. So that's one of the things we're really going to be focused on, is how we can do better in that regard. There's only a certain number of positions in an organization, like the county attorney's office, but we want to make sure that we are meeting our colleagues where they are with respect to career advancement. Another thing that we receive by way of feedback in our engagement surveys is flexibility. Our colleagues really value the flexibility that we're able to afford them in the work that they do. in response to a question I anticipate we might get. Every member of the county attorney's staff is eligible to engage in a telework schedule. We have most attorneys in the office and most support staff in the office who do, in fact, avail themselves of a hybrid schedule, no more than 2 days a week. We, though, have made sure, and we continue to stay very focused on the notion that telework is not going to impact the quality of the work that we provide. We are going to stay true to our mission, and any work that we do remotely or otherwise, frankly, has to be done in a way where we are meeting our clients where they need to be met, and we are timely and responsively meeting our clients' needs. We've worked really hard to sort of stay abreast of the potential for artificial intelligence to improve the nature of the work that we do. Over the course of the last year, we've done pilots with both Westlaw and with LexisNexis's AI products. At the time that we did those pilots, we didn't feel that the benefits that flowed from those products, warranted adopting them in light of the costs at that time. But the technology continues to evolve, and we're going to do another pilot with LexisNexis AI's product and see what that looks like at this point. It seemed like an opportune thing to do, given that the DA was moving in that direction as well. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we'll keep you abreast of what comes out of all of that. And we have in the last year as well done a continuing legal education for all of our attorneys on AI and AI and the law, and we are continuing to send our colleagues to AI-related continuing education so that we are having the opportunity to make sure that we're not missing any ways that we could become more efficient or more effective through the use of AI. And so well, I'm not advancing, unfortunately. I guess what I want to do, though, is go ahead and thank my management team. Oh, there it is. David Silberman, my assistant county counsel, Rebecca Archer, Judith Holliber, Dan Valim, and Brian Kulich, my chief deputies, all the attorneys in the office, and the support staff as well. I would note that we have, at this point, 34 attorneys and 18 support staff. Every one of them just does extraordinary work every day to ensure that, legal issues are not going to be the things that stop, county initiatives from advancing. And I also want to thank the county executive's office. I've had just an extraordinary collaboration with Mike Callaghy and his team. And in particular, I want to just shout out Vanessa Washington, who helped us put this budget together, working with Heather Hardy, my administrative manager. So subject to your questions, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Niblin. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Lisa?
No, John, thank you for the presentation. I get to talk to you often enough. I don't have any questions for you. I was trying to come up with something that would just stump you, but I knew it wouldn't. But again, thank you for the work, and I look forward to our next one-on-one.
Great. Seeing no questions, thank you so much, John, for your report. We'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no speaker cards from chambers, so I'll ask Mr. Clerk for comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 6, County Attorney Office's presentation, please raise your hand in Zoom now. No hands are raised. Mr. President, back to you.
One last question, Supervisor Spear.
Actually, not a question, but John, I know for you and your staff, this has been an exceedingly pressure-filled time with lots of extra hours being spent, and we're just very grateful. We're grateful for the talent that you've put together. We're grateful for the commitment that you all have provided, and you have done an extraordinary job. I think we're all saying thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Great, John. Really, thank you, and thank the team. Without our county attorney and our attorneys, I don't know how this county would function. You guys do extraordinary work. With that, we'll move to item 8, which is the closing remarks by Michael P. Callaghy.
Mr. President, if we can do item 7 first for their presentation.
Yeah, we'll do, why don't we do 7?
Well,
and then-
I'll combine 7
Can
and
we
8.
take
How's
7?
that?
Can we do, Mike, can we do 7
just to,
and 8?
Just to expedite it for you. Thank you, President Canepa and members of the board. We're going to throw up some slides here, and I'll try to go through this relatively quickly because you've heard a lot of what I've said in the past. And as we start out here, I just wanted to talk about the fact that we are superheroes to many people out there and who rely upon us for our services. And it's not any one of us individually that's making the difference. It's really all of us together. And just so proud to work with this team and with all of you for what we do. As we look at our mission here, really the mission of our office is to make sure that your visions in regard to a healthy, safe, livable, prosperous, and environmentally conscious collaborative community comes true. And we do that really at your direction, and that's our primary goal as we move forward, along with setting strategic direction and preparing and recommending a balanced budget and monitoring progress and improved performance of the departments, along with building community capacity and looking for efficiencies. But to me, one of the most important things that I get to do and we get to do in our office is to set the culture of the organization. And we've tried to set a culture of care, and that's create a remarkable experience. And as I get around the county and talk to our incredible employees, I try to emphasize that every contact we have an opportunity to create that remarkable experience. And that some people who use government, it may be the only time in their lives that they ever, whether it's for a building permit or through the sheriff's office or for our fire services or public works, only time that they ever call government, and we've got to be at our very best, especially when they're at their worst and need us in those times. And really, what we'll be focusing on is really supporting the board's vision around employee housing as we get really ramped up to do that, especially across the street and in San Carlos on Walnut Street there, in housing in general, and especially taking into consideration Supervisor Spears' words about we need to do more in the North County in regard to housing, and I'm very cognizant about that, and certainly we've tried to do that, but we've got to really make it a concerted effort to get it done up there. And then emergency preparedness, we know that time is going to come when the next emergency is going to hit, and we have got to be prepared. That's when people rely upon us the most, and we have got to make that commitment to be prepared and respond when that occurs. And then certainly closing the gaps in life outcomes for residents and being there for our most vulnerable communities is something that we are absolutely dedicated to doing now and into the future. Just a quick look at our budget overview. As you can see, our total resources declined. Our net county cost increased and total requirements increased, those two offsetting somewhat, mainly because of an increase in employees. We run a very frugal shop in trying to get things done, but we did add a director of strategic communications, and Effie's doing a great job sitting in that role right now. We've added one senior management analyst and one administrative assistant, one assistant director of procurement, and one administrative assistant, and then another one associate management analyst, and then we deleted one procurement manager to offset that. Some of the changes, just really quickly, because we talked about these in the past. Measure K, we've gone year to year on that now, so we don't have that long-term commitment because we've got to understand what the economic future holds for us, and we've worked with the subcommittee into really changing that structure over a 2-year period. That was a long process, but one that we greatly appreciate our partners in the nonprofit world being there with us through that understanding, and us working with them and them working with us, and then increasing the communication and very proud of the ongoing meetings we have with them because we do consider them partners, and that just is not a silent partner. We want to hear from them. We want to understand what their needs are and what they're facing and what the community, what they're seeing in the community, because they are our eyes and ears out there, and we really value them. Certainly employees, we talked a little bit about, Rocio talked about that, trying to get the best and the brightest in one of the most expensive places to live in the country is daunting and challenging, but there's more. We'd love to be able to pay everyone enough to live here, but we know that that's not a reality. But there's more to a work environment than just the money. And so we try to make up for it in so many different ways about really caring for our employees, caring about their health and welfare, and trying to incentivize them and trying to fulfill their goals and their dreams of moving up in the organization and self-actualization of the work that they do and making them feel good about that. The other challenges we already talked about were the Fed and the state, and certainly VLF. And when we started these hearings 3 days ago, there was 4 things we really talked about: the state, the federal, the VLF, and possibly of a pending recession. Well, one of those has really solidified, and that's a VLF. We know what we're going to get, and it's not the full amount this year. We will be taking a $23 million haircut, as only $76 million of the $114 million countywide was funded. That's $23 million of a deficit. We started with a balanced budget. Now we're at $23 million deficit. You may wonder, well, how are we going to make up for that? Well, for right now, we're going to fill it with reserves, and then we'll look at fund balances at the end of the year. This was a one-time impact right now with the pending ongoing impacts that are unknown. We're going to have to get somewhere with the DOF and in the state and come to a long-term resolution of the VLF situation. We firmly believe this is this county's money, that this is our taxpayers' money that we need to put back to work for our taxpayers, and we're going to continue to fight that good fight in Sacramento to try to realize every dollar that we can for our residents here. The priorities for the 25, 26, or 27 budget cycle will be really to meet the needs of our vulnerable communities. That's what we're really charged with. We're the safety net organization. We're certainly going to select and implement new systems for the budget office and assessment appeals board. Continue supporting Home for All. So we're going to work on that VLF problem that I just alluded to. And we're develop an updated handbook for county board and commission members. We're also hosting art making workshops and exhibitions and partnerships with community-based organizations. And I've talked about the challenges at length, so I don't need to belabor those. Department efficiencies, implementation of new systems, the Assessment Appeals Board, the AAB system, and President Campa, there will be some AI in that, and that's so important. And as we talked about earlier, trying to get those corrected and getting those funds into the county as soon as possible is a priority. And we're moving into the 21st century there by modernizing and automating that process, along with the budget system. We're going to conduct a solicitation for a new budget system to improve tracking of the county's budget. We need to give you more information, I think, on the budget, all of you more information on a more timely manner, and we will endeavor to do that with a new system. And then a public board meeting solution. We have an RFP going out. An RFI was conducted at the end of March. Procurement will conduct the departmental reviews, and we will get that up and running also. Additionally, public policy improvements, the B1 memo. We worked extensively with the county attorney's office and procurement and all the departments to really revise it. It hasn't been revised in years and years and years, and we are in different times, and we needed to tighten that up, and I felt that there was a lot of vulnerability there. I just want to thank everyone who worked on that, because that was a heavy, heavy lift, and with a lot of changes. that I think will allow for more transparency and more accountability in the way we spend dollars. And we've also tightened up our travel policy. Program evaluations, we've started evaluating programs with Measure K, over 3 evaluations on housing and homelessness, and this will be ongoing. Again, dollars are too precious and too few to waste a single dollar, and therefore we've got to make sure that what we do is benefiting the public to the full amount, and that we are evaluating everything that we do. Other efficiencies, we reallocated the $35 million, and again, thanks to the subcommittee and from the Measure K who worked on us with that. We developed the budget executive summary, trifold, which Mr. Mankina's team did a wonderful job on, and we distribute that. And all the public should see that. They should see how their dollars are being spent, and it's really a quick reference guide for all of you who go out in the public and want those quick facts about the budget. We secured a $7.25 million community resilience grant, achieved net zero energy on Cordilleras mental health facility, and collaborated with 125 plus local artists, really fostering cost-efficient community engagement. So a lot of different things, and certainly having our project development unit in our department directly under us has allowed us to move forward with projects very effectively and efficiently. Quickly, department performance. One of the main things we've talked about is this room right here. This is access to democracy, and we want to make sure that we do everything we can to give folks the utmost access to this, whether in person or online, and we are committed to doing that in a very efficient and timely manner. So by the time you all get back in August, we will have a better, more efficient sound system in this room. And then in regard to community affairs, it's so important that we make sure that everyone in this county feels that they're recognized and heard and has accessibility to government. And Em and her team do such a wonderful job on outreach, and we want to improve that communication and build trust and engagement and participation. We need more people to participate in government, especially now is when their voices have to be heard. And let me switch over to let me get through questions here and talk about the future focus, because this is really the ending, and it's really my opportunity to thank a lot of people, and start with my office. Ileana and Justin and Adam are just incredible to work with on the executive team, and certainly Connie and Shireen and Emma and the entire support staff. Suki and Sherry are just wonderful clerks of the board. We're so lucky to have them in all that they do. And Effie and Michelle in communications, and all our analysts who are really in charge of making us look good. And in my case, that's a pretty tall order. So, and they do a wonderful job of that. And then our executive assistants, Angela and Julie and Kimberly, who do a wonderful job. And then all the department heads, it's just an honor. You got to hear them for the last 3 days and how passionate they are about what they do, and how well they do it and how seriously they take it. And we talk about service to community. A lot of these people, they could be doing incredible things in the private sector, but they choose public service for a reason. And we are darn lucky that they have done that. And certainly John, I couldn't ask for a better partner in a county attorney. John is so available. I talk more to you than my wife on some days, and that's pretty sad. But it is, he's amazing. He's always available, and he's so bright and there on weekends and nights and days off. So I'm just lucky, as I look out here and I see Dan and Judith and Rebecca and Brian and David, what an all-star legal team. I've always said that this is the best firm in the state of California, maybe in the United States, but I'm going to at least say the state of California because that's where I'm used to. And you truly are all incredible, and I just want to know that I appreciate you so much. And then this board. This is an incredible board that I'm just so lucky to have 5 incredible bosses who I admire so much and who inspire me day in and day out in what I do and challenge me. And I love that, the fact that you challenge me in everything I do. And, I always quote Robert Kennedy, and some men see things that are and ask why. I see things that never were and ask why not. And all of you tend to ask why not. And I love that about you. And I hope that you continue to do that in a way that moves this county forward to become the best that we can be. Now, you might have noticed that I skipped over one person, and that was Robert, and because I wanted to save him for last. I'm just so appreciative of what he does and how he does it. We are so lucky as a county to have Robert and his staff. And I see Michael Missy out there and others. We're just so lucky to have Robert leading that team and constantly looking for ways to save money and to really be as efficient as possible. And I sleep well at night, most nights, knowing that he's there. But I wanted to save him for last because I also wanted to say that one of his colleagues put him in for a prestigious award, the Government Finance Officers Association Outstanding Public Service Award. And I thought it was appropriate in front of all of you, and I'm going to jump the gun and let you know, Robert, that you're one of the recipients of that government award for 2020. Tomorrow, when the deputy director contacts you, act surprised, please. But it's very fitting, and I just want to say in closing that every day I have the honor of walking across from the law library parking lot to this building, and I look up at this incredible building, and every day I am just so honored and lucky to be in the position I am, to be able to work with everyone in this county in a way that we can change lives. I can think of nothing in life more fulfilling than be able to impact others on a daily basis. So that is not lost on me, even on the tough days. I'm so lucky to be in this position and doing what I'm doing with all of you in this county, and all of our incredible employees who have dedicated their lives to public service. So with that, I thank you for indulging us for 3 days. This is a long, long process that starts months and months. Started months and months ago. That culminates in these 3 days, and I know they're long 3 days, but I just really appreciate all the questions you had. This year, quite frankly, was more questions than we've ever had, more really probing questions, and I'm sure our department heads loved them all. But I know that they respect all of you, and you've given them some good direction for the future. And just to say, we will accumulate all of those questions that you asked that we didn't have answers for, and we're going to get those back to you in a member's memo. But thank you all for what you do.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. Yes.
I'll be very brief. It starts at the top. And Mike, you do an incredible job of walking the walk and or talking the whatever it is. Walking the talk. Anyway, it's been the first 6 months have been pretty amazing being part of this group, and it is a family, and we treat each other, I hope, always as a family with respect and admiration and a curiosity to continue to make this the best county ever.
Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I will be brief. And before I address you, Mike, I want the county attorneys to know that our lack of questions and lack of comment is probably just because we're tired, but you're doing a great job. Thank you all for all of your hard work. And Mike, it's been an honor to work with you as well. And I think you're an amazing example of what a leader looks like when they do 2 things. One, like Supervisor Spears said, walk the talk, I think. And 2, lead from the top, but also make sure that you care about every person at every level. And one of my favorite things about you is that you are very humble and eat a very simple sandwich for lunch almost every single day. And I think that's a good example of your character. But thank you so much for working with us and being patient and being the best of what our county has to offer. Thank you.
I'm just going to be really brief. I just feel very grateful and blessed to work with all of you. So every single one of you. And Mike, you know how I feel about you.
Thank you.
John. Thanks, Robert. All of you. Thank you.
Supervisor Gaucher.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. I would have to say I am so fortunate to have landed here in this county in this position. This is the best opportunity I've ever had, and it is the best because of who's leading. So to Mike and everyone on the executive team, thank you for just accepting me and bringing me in and answering my questions and being available. This county is what it is because of your leadership. So again, thank you. And to my colleagues, of course, I am enjoying spending time and growing and learning with you.
Great. Thank you so much. And Mike, thank you for your leadership. I've had the opportunity to work with you for 9 years. We've been through a lot. We've been through COVID. We've been through Measure K adjustments. But I think in terms of the trajectory of where the county is going, I think there has been tremendous improvement. The transition from John Maltby to yourself. Now, always those transitions can be tough. I think it was seamless. And then Robert Mankia, thank you. I think when it comes to the budget, you've always been focused on prudence. The reserve reflects that. And so with that, we will move to item 9. I'll ask for a motion to adopt a resolution approving the FY 2025-26 recommended budget and receiving the FY 2026-27 preliminary recommended budget submitted by the county executive, including June revisions. Is there a motion on the table? I'll second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Mr. President,
Yep.
sorry, Madam Clerk, public comment.
Oh, yes, I'm
Public
sorry.
comment?
That's right. We have no speaker cards from chambers. Mr. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on items 7, 8, or 9, please raise your hand in Zoom. I do see 2 hands raised, Mr. President. I'll start with Carlisle and Young, followed by Ann. And I'll just make a last call right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, our last speaker will be Ann. So, Ms. Young, please proceed.
Thank you. I was afraid for a minute there you're going to forget about the public online.
We can never forget you, Carlisle. Sorry.
I'm a pest.
No, you're not.
Mike, our county is so lucky to have you. And to quote you, we are in difficult times. So I know you guys are probably going to take a little time off and have a really restful vacation. But I was, before I retired, my real estate office is in San Francisco. So I'm following a lot what's going on up there. They have a new mayor. And they just had over 900 people on their public comments for their budget process because they are pulling back the punch bowl in their funding for their homeless programs, and they also just changed their RV parking programs. So I kind of anticipate we're going to have a flow into our county, and I just want you guys all to maybe think about that. I know our county is very generous, but we may have to adjust that a little bit with the times that we're facing. So maybe think about that while you're on vacation. And
Thank you very much, Carlisle.
I'm as generous as the next, but we do have to think about our own people. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlisle. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann. Ann, please proceed.
Thank you. And I do want to thank you for this meeting. It was eye-opening for me. There were some expenditures that I was shocked to hear about yesterday in particular. So it's just very interesting to be a public member, to hear all of what's going on. And I appreciate the diligence that you're putting forth to make sure that the money is spent appropriately. My last comment is just please remember that the elderly need more than just homes. A lot of them need community support, and I really, really encourage you to consider in planning in the future to plan for housing, 55 and older housing, different options of more assistant living for our elderly because our population is aging. And a lot of times they are not able to maintain their homes. And it's more than just repairs. It's the everyday, even just getting proper nutrition. So I just ask that you please consider them as the vulnerable population as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Madam Clerk, back to you for roll call. That's the end of public comment.
Great, thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, so I'll go ahead and continue roll call with Supervisor Spear,
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo,
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
and President Canepa.
Yes. Motion passes. Great, thank you very much. This brings us to item 10, approval of an ATR appropriation transfer request, transferring county funds, organizations accounts to other county accounts as specified in the respective ATR submitted with this memorandum. Can I get a motion on the item? Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
I'll go ahead and take public comment if that's okay. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers. Mr. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item 10, please raise your hand now. Okay, no hands are raised. Back to you.
Great. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa? Yes. Motion passes.
With that, this meeting is adjourned.
The time is now 1:55 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.